Right, good evening and welcome. How do I say this nicely to my ex-wife? So I'm texting her and basically telling her, could you just let my son know that, or just remind him to text before he leaves school and drives home because he's coming to me tomorrow afternoon. Obviously, it's because I'm having company tomorrow, and I don't want my son sort of just randomly coming home if he's getting like an hour early off. But how do I say that to my ex-wife without sort of going like, "Arr." Just like, yeah, I think we'd like to have like an agreement about communication. Yes, that's why. Right. Can I just say Gleba is awful? Yeah, it's fucking awful. You can say that. We're done with Gleba for now, so that's fine. We don't care. Give a heads up, please. Yes. Well, I don't want to say that to my ex-wife. That's it. It's first of all, it's none of her business, and second of all, like what's the point of that? Yeah, she is, but it's this switchover. I'm being a little more insistent this year because now it's just me and my son, and not my daughter as well. So he's always been sort of like, oh yeah, whatever. All the communication part was taken care of by my daughter, so whatever. He didn't need to. So I need to sort of get him into the habit of like we communicate with each other, like, oh, I'm going somewhere, then okay, I'll be home, or I'm heading home, and that kind of thing. So it gives him more freedom because I'm basically saying you can do whatever you want, but just let me know where you are and when you, and then I can go like, oh, remember you have this thing to, he's going to parkour on Monday afternoon. So I'm just like, yeah, remind him of that. Let's see. Uh, um, now she's saying she can come by during the day with his stuff. Like, no, don't do that. There we go. That would not be very helpful. That during the day she's just coming over like, oh, hello, brought some stuff. So please, could you make sure you can? Wouldn't work? Yeah, I mean it would, but business to attend to. We all know what it is. So it's more along the lines of sort of, yeah. All right. Should it would be appreciated. Yeah. That's not really plausible. I could use some of your nice tips from past streams on parenting. Oh, this weekend. This weekend. Oh, right. This weekend that just passed, you used some of the tips. All right. Good. Thank you. Oh, right. Well, awesome. Perfect time for me to be upgrading my blueprints. Oh, yes. Absolutely. And welcome. Yeah. So anyway, let's talk about the bonus stream yesterday. In case anyone missed it or anyone who was there, I decided, because I had like a day off, and I decided to stream a couple of hours of Hollow Knight. I absolutely fucking love it. I'm not good at it, I'll be very honest, and I don't think I can ever be really good at it, but I was having a blast with it. And so pleased you enjoyed it. Yes, thank you. So this means that next week, since Darkest Dungeon is no longer on the docket, just to sort of round off, hey, FID Dot, thank you for the 36 months.
Welcome home.
Yeah, so, yeah, just to round off Darkest Dungeon. I mean, Darkest Dungeon happened what always happens. And this is why I play shorter and shorter sessions of Darkest Dungeon. And we're doing great. Everything was cruising. We killed 2 bosses. That was like, and everything was just fine. And then we go up against the Kairogen, and then he hits the tank for 17, has a second turn, hits the tank for a bleed, and knocks into death door. So it's like 17 damage, and then 13 or something like that damage plus a bleed, and then it's his turn, and he's dead. Okay. Well, that was like 2 attacks in a row, 1 massive hit that goes through, dodged hits and all that stuff, and then a big hit, I don't know if it was a hit or a crit, plus a dot, and then it was just like, oh, and he failed his death door check. So, done. And it's this thing, like, so you can say, oh, that's just bad luck, that's how it is with Dark Dungeon. I'm like, yes, but the thing is, like, in order for me to prevent this from happening, I have to play on such a low difficulty that there will never ever be any kind of challenge for anything, because I need that extra margin for everything. Otherwise, we are playing at this difficulty, which is the right difficulty. It's challenging, and it's like, oh, we're sort of balancing on the edge, and it's but we're making progress, and we're getting a little bit stronger every day, and a little bit stronger, and getting a little bit better relationships, and getting a little bit better items. And like, yes, we feel that there's a progression, but at any given time, with no warning, dead. And the way Darkest Dungeon works, there is no recovery mechanic. If you lose a character, you're just, all the stuff that you sort of, I think the best way to say it is like, there's a difficulty curve that ramps up. And as you play, your objective is to get above the difficulty curve so that your power level is above the difficulty, the expected sort of balance. And that's, you do everything you can do that. You get better relationship, better items, consumables, everything that just sort of, you go above the curve, because that leeway between the difficulty curve and where you are, that's the stuff that makes it go even better. So it's compounding interest. While also, if you're sort of below the curve, then you end each combat with low hit points, more stress, more stress tests and all that stuff, and that just kind of goes downwards. So it's compounding interest upwards or downwards. So you really just have to sort of get that distance away from the margin. And we felt that we were sort of, yes, we're now getting it. We get like this difference, the difference between the difficulty curve and our power level accrues interest now. Now we're getting somewhere. Now we're getting like combat. We can recover in combat. We can start building up good relations. We can do that. We can do recovery fights. And yeah, things are working fine. That's where it should be on the difficulty level. Like, we're slowly getting there. But if we then lose our main tank, that means suddenly we are losing tanking ability, we're losing healing ability, and we're losing stress healing ability, because it's a Crusader. So we have to find someone else who can do all these 3 roles. That's not possible. You can take mana down, so you can do stress healing and tanking, but no healing. So you're sort of short on healing. Then we don't have healing in the group suddenly. and then you're so, okay, then I have to shift out someone else to be more focused on sort of party healing. And then the whole synergy of the team falls down, and you still have to sort of progress. And that means now you're significantly below the curve of difficulty. And then again, that accrues negative interest, which means that as you try to slot in someone else, then you have to rebuild relationships, and they don't have the the skills, the trinkets that aren't matching, whatever. You're suddenly losing the synergy in the group because they were sort of designed for the synergy, and suddenly you sort of have to make do and not have enough healing, and then it starts cascading. And then it'll be recovery forever and ever. And it's just like, even in the best of cases, it's just going to be making everything moving forward. You might not be dead right now, but everything else is making more difficult. So you're just sort of on that slippery, you're circling the drain now. It might take a while before you die, but you are circling the drain because you're no longer sort of being able to get out of that maelstrom, and you're just kind of, and this is my biggest gripe with Darkest Dungeon, and it's been like that forever, is that once you start losing, you're going to lose more. Once you start winning, you're going to win more. And at any given time, you can just get a massive setback. And those setbacks, if you're playing on the right difficulty, they're basically game ending. And that's just the way it is. And they have chosen to make the game like that because it's so difficult, and it's also random, and it's bad stuff happens. Like, yeah, but I'm not going to invest 30 hours into a game and then have it sort of ruined by a random chance. I want to be able to mitigate against that. And those kind of things I can't mitigate against. So, yeah, it's just it's not because it's a punishing game. It's this random thing that you can't mitigate. All the stuff that the randomness, you can do a lot of things to mitigate it, like higher health pools. The thing is, like, at this point, we also had some runs where we had really high fatigue. This case, we had 0 fatigue, so we were at the maximum hit point. They had pancakes. We had 20% extra hit point. I had done everything I could. I was in a really good shape, and still it didn't matter. And yeah, can't plan for RNG death. And this is my gripe with it. You should be able to mitigate it in a way that is like, how are you? Yeah. Do something to guard against that, so you can sort of take that interest you're making by being ahead of the power curve and convert it into safety somehow. But that's not a thing in the game. When through your defense token feels completely unbalanced. I mean, that's just how it is, but it still, it means that it hurts a lot. It also takes away the token, so it wasn't even there for the next attack. It takes away the token and it goes straight through. So yeah, so it's one of those things where I don't know, I don't think I could have played it any different, that fight. I mean, maybe sort of retrospective, if I knew that combo was coming, maybe I could do something. But like, even like that, like even block tokens wouldn't do anything, dodge token wouldn't do anything. So there's no way of preventing this damage coming in. So you just have to heal through it. Of course, you can then go like, oh, then that means I have to control him, but stuns, he has 2 turns around attacks per turn. It's not easy. And it's just my main gripe, and this is why whenever I go back in, then when this happens, I go like, this is why I hate playing the game. So, yeah, and it doesn't matter what, but you always have a chance that something happen, like getting a dodge record. Yeah, but this is the thing, like, even with stuff like this particular attack ignores dodge tokens and ignores block tokens, so you can't even guard against it. There's nothing you can do about it. You're gonna just have to heal through it, or stun or blind the enemy, which is like definitely something. But if you're blinded, it's still 50% chance of killing, of doing the same thing. And it's just a lot of unlucky things on top of each other. But it's just the fact that I can't prevent it. And that means if I was starting over with exactly the same team and doing better even, I would still sort of have the back of my mind, like, why am I doing this? Because at any given moment, random shit can happen that ruins everything. And I'm just not into that. I'm just not into it. I just don't enjoy the way that this game has been designed, since that seems to be the way that they keep wanting it. So I love Darkest Dungeon, but I don't love playing it. It sucks, and I think it's whenever something else comes out, I'll probably play it, but my patience is this much with the game at this point. I mean, this is what you've seen. Like, I didn't even play the last of the Kingdoms mode because I was like, do I really want to? And then Curse of the Court, yeah, and but it's just not a game that's fun to play for me, because of it doesn't respect your time. I think that's the main part. It's just like, fuck you. I all the time you spend is wasted now. Like, I don't want that. I'm just not into that. Games don't generally do that, and Darkest Dungeon does. And one thing is, it's like playing World of Warcraft hardcore, but there is only hardcore. You can't just, there's just hardcore, that's it. So yeah, that's why we are done with Darkest Dungeon for now. We'll give it another chance. It's when I've forgotten about this experience, which is the same every time. So yeah. Anyway, there is also a little caveat of saying, I'm not saying it's impossible. I'm just saying that it turns the game from being fun to being extremely unfun when you're in recovery mode. When you're always thinking like, okay, we lost our main hero. Now the setup is shit. The heroes, everything is now below the curve, and then I can struggle and struggle and struggle just to kind of get back towards the power curve. But sorry, but I don't think that's fun. I don't find it to be fun to be sort of always sort of one little thing away from death, because you're sort of so I could have persisted, I could have continued, I could have tried to make the best of it, but I wouldn't enjoy it, and I would not enjoy like any of the last ones of the continuation, because it would still always be in recovery mode. So yeah. So anyway, I want to talk a little bit about Hollow Knight, because I need you guys to help me figure out if we are tomorrow and Wednesday going to play Hollow Knight, or we're going to play Silksong. Someone said yesterday, I think it was Benjamin, who was saying that Silksong is a lot harder. Maybe it's also harder because it's just people haven't sort of hammered away at it for 8 years. And that sort of makes a game easier just by the sheer fact that that it is now a known game. What's Silksong? It's the new Hollow Knight game that just came out like a couple of days ago, 5 days ago. Hollow Knight is moldable? I don't know what moldable means in this context. Molding? So, yeah, so on the one hand, I got started on Hollow Knight. I think it's super fun. I want to continue. On the other hand, Silksong is new, so that's more in contemporary. Has been giving people issues because the movement is different. Yeah, but I mean, if movement is different, it doesn't matter, because I haven't learned it in sort of muscle memory for Hollow Knight. So that's not different. Is not a problem for me. What Banjo is saying, like, Silksong forces you to play with the mechanics that the game wants you to play with, in a sense that, okay, so what I understood from Hollow Knight is that there are many ways of playing it, and there are many ways of solving the same thing, and if they're more sort of being like, oh, this boss, you have to have this ability to do this one, otherwise you can't dodge this attack, then it becomes a little less fun, right? I know it doesn't help one bit, but see, it's also more in terms of sort of what is more interesting to watch, because you can only say it I think that from a gaming perspective, I think probably Hollow Knight is more logical to continue on that. Yeah. So play Hollow Knight first if you want to have the best shot for Silksong, but you can just play Silksong and get stuck in the first area boss for a long time. Okay. Is it that big of a ramp up in difficulty? That seems a weird choice for them, which means that they're sort of, it's more of a DLC then, which it isn't, but and it's like, oh yeah, we expect you to have played this. So. Song difficulty. First thing is, it's harder. Makes that first health upgrade a very big deal. Problem is, I don't really... Much harder than the original game in nearly every way. Again, when it comes from Games Radar or The Gamer or some other shit news site, then we know that it's game journalists playing it, and we know that game journalists are notoriously bad at every single game. Perfect for to just... is also more demanding in its platforming. Yeah. Should I play Silksong before Hollow Knight? Someone is asking that question. Hollow Knight. Silksong follows the ostensible rule of all sequels. Play the first game first. I mean, the problem is, or I'm thinking in terms of sort of playing Hollow Knight first, is that it would be easy to sort of get lost in it, and then I have to sort of figure out what am I going to play. I'm not adding all the DLCs and adding all that, and I'm not doing 112% or anything like that. But I'm just playing through the game, discovering what I see, but not going for sort of any secret magical endings, or not worrying about this grub up there that I can't get to, and I'm gonna spend 2 hours figuring out how to get up there. Like, I'm not gonna do that. But it would sort of be completing it, going through the areas, figuring out. Then it'll be like 30 to 50 hours or something. People are comparing Silksong release to Shadow of the Erdtree. Basically, everything is harder, has more health, and so on. Yeah, and that's also a noticeable step up in difficulty. At least, but on the other hand, it's but the other way around may seem boring or useless. That's a good point, Isolde. But on the other hand, you can also say that I could play Silksong and then go back and play Hollow Knight and then have the time to do that in a more completionist manner. The blue cocoons you saw in Hollow Knight is a DLC. Oh, really? Yeah, there were like 4 little dots there. I don't know if that's the DLCs that are loaded. So I don't know what I bought, actually. That's all lovely. I just clicked Hollow Knight. How do I see what? Isn't there like a DLC page or something for games like this usually? Because I can't figure out what I bought. I just said buy Hollow Knight. All the DLCs were included for... Oh, right, that's true, because that's what they do. They do all the DLCs. Oh, that's so cool. That's so insane, right? But it's so insane, but amazing. All right, so I think we'll continue playing Hollow Knight tomorrow. And then we can play Silksong. Because the thing is, like, if you are super hyped about Silksong and you're playing it yourself, then you're probably also going to watch someone who's better than me. If you want to get some help or sort of play along with someone, then maybe you want to be a pro. But it's more for the people who might not have seen it or may not have played it, or sort of after you completed it, then you don't mind me playing it and you can just go like, oh this noob. Good thing we only take his advice for factory games. So, which I also, I think we'll continue on Hollow Knight. Also because I kind of got a little bit invested in it, so I think that's fine. Yeah, I don't want help in Silksong. The first playthrough is sacred. I know. This is also why if I play it now, then there might be like people like, oh, I love it. I'm playing it as well. Bye. I'm not gonna be spoiled. So if I play it a little bit later, then yeah. But I think we'll continue on Hollow Knight. I had a blast. I had so much of a blast that I was just today, I was like, I was just like, oh, I just want to jump around a little bit, and I can also see that the whole jumping thing becomes a lot more smooth. We could always see with that night, the first night there with the bashing thing, how smooth it became once I sort of figured out his only 2 moves. But yeah, it ramps up. So, there are some factory games. Some do. And there was like a question about lull in automation games are in a bit of a lull these days. Yes, it actually is. There isn't any new things on the horizon, like really exciting. To be honest, like there's literally nothing on the horizon in terms of factory games. Not even something that's like, maybe, you know. It seems like a couple of years ago, maybe it's like 2 years ago, where there were Foundry and Tectonica, and then with Ixion, and it was like, yeah, shit is happening in this genre, and then nothing. Now there's like microscopic one-person games that are not, or also Captain Industry, but now there's like random game where it's like, yeah, I mean, I can see that you have conveyor belts, and it's built in like an Acid Fest in Unity, and I'm like, this is not a game for me. It's just too basic, too much. One person made it in an afternoon. I know they didn't, but it got that vibe. I need something that has a certain level of polish. Played it hard, all night. May prevent me from doing the same, for which I would be very grateful. I'm quite short on available gaming time. Cool. Then we just watch instead and do other things in the meantime. So we're going to be playing Hollow Knight tomorrow. Good. But today, it's Factorio time, if you don't mind. Is that okay? We jump into the Factorio? All right. Let's see what we can do. Boop, boop. I'm going to answer. No, I'm just throwing it out there. Yeah. Whee! Okay, so what are we going to do today? First of all, I am quite happy with the medium freighter. Swing and a miss. There, this one. I'm actually really happy with it, except the shape is a little bit boxy, but yeah, it's whatever. We may have lost Sakura in the depth of clever. We may have. But it is a sacrifice I'm willing to make. So, I think this ship works really well. It works sufficiently well when it comes to this tech level, where we just have green here and what was the other one? Collectors. And then my sort of the talk I would say for the masterclass would be like, anything you have that can be upgraded, absolutely make upgrades for this. Like beacons, very valuable to get upgraded. Modules, very valuable to get upgraded if you want that. Solar panels, if you got some rares, throw them in here. Cargo bays would also be nice. I don't think something like crushers would be much of a use. They're not really a bottleneck. But definitely beacons are great because they have bigger effect and they have lower power requirements, which is just double positive. Thrusters, I wouldn't bother with that. Chemical plants, I really wouldn't bother with it. We're producing enough-ish, maybe. And then later on, once we have better solar panels and stuff like that, then maybe we can start switching these out to some productivity modules. Maybe. But I don't want to make a nuclear power plant on this one. However, that might be very much what we'd want to do, because at this tech level, we want to have... I think we want to have one of these for each planet. Right. And then the question is, how do we do our logistics? What would be our way of doing the logistics for this game? Here, I think we'll start on novice. There are 3 ways, I think, that we can do it. I've redesigned my basic hauler build so that it can be extended by copy-pasting the belly onto insanity. I don't know what that means. By the time it becomes relevant, you might have to go wider. Exactly, yes, yeah, okay. So, if you have like a middle section, you can just copy-paste in, then I think that's a good idea in design-wise, but when you play the game, you'd probably go like, oh yeah, I'm never going to use that anyway. Right, so this is an incorrect way of doing it. Do not do that, because then it'll be a hard request and only the stuff in here will actually count. So don't do that. This is a request into this logistics box, basically. So what we want to do is we absolutely, without a doubt, no questions asked, want to do a setup here that is why? Seriously, I cannot accept to have these as uncommon quality. It's just too weird. So I'm going to have a box that says this is the stuff I want. And then I am going to have a calculator. No, here. This will take... Alright, first Okay, let's just do something. There we go. I need... This is going to be our token for just... These are not real numbers, but I just need some kind of indication here. So what do we want? We want to say you come in from here, and you come in from here. Okay, so it's now each minus, and it is the red one is what we want, minus the green one is what we have. That means anything that is above 0. I will also just root out anything that's not 0. So we'll do that as well. We'll put an extra one in here. Each into each, value in, value out, and then only the stuff that's greater than 0. So now this is giving us actual requests, and that sets it into here, which we will then be set request. Ta-da! That's how we do it. So now the only thing is that one. For late game logistics, I like to build a main ship for each planet and send it out when the planet needs something. What do you think about that idea? I think it's a great idea, except you can't do that. Yeah, okay, you can do that. You can set the ship up to say whenever something on the ship is empty, then you send it out. But then you're... let's see. Do you then send it out to... Do you do... With interrupts, do you then have... So you'd basically have, like... I think I like this. I think it's the idea I'm working towards anyway. I'm working towards having... Yeah, okay, so thank you. Great idea. I'm going to work on it. I'm just going to put a little bit on the side, explain the 3 different principles. The first one is what I did in the first playthrough, was basically going milk runs, where I have a ship that is taking the stuff that I'm producing on Novice, and then taking that stuff and going all to other planets. Then I have another one that goes from Volcanus, then says all the stuff that I'm producing on Volcanus, go to the other one and ask if they need something. So it's basically the ice cream truck. Just goes around, go ding, 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 or that's how it goes in Denmark. It has some other whistle in other countries, but you know, it's an ice cream truck. It comes to the neighborhood and goes like, you want to buy some ice cream? I got green undergrounds. I got foundries coming from Volcanus. Want to buy some? And then you send up to that planet, and then it goes back. So that's the one part. That is export based. One ship per exporting planet. That didn't really work for me, because then I was like, I need carbon fiber from Gleba to Volcanus, but not the other places. So I was saying the Volcanus exporter, when you're on Gleba, just pick up the stuff that is only for Volcanus carbon fiber, for example. So just pick it up there, because I don't want the exporter from Gleba to send carbon fiber to all planets, because they don't need it. All right, so it gets a little bit more complicated. Then it gets even more complicated when Nauvis later on also wants carbon fiber. Then it goes like, but now I'm like, it's 2 out of the 4 planets that need it. So should I then have the Nauvis exporter also, when it comes to Gleba, also pick up carbon fiber? But then shouldn't it just be the Gleba one that exports carbon fiber to all planets? And then even though Fulgora doesn't need it, it's still going to get it? So that became like the issue of maintaining when was something a generic export and when was it a specific import. I didn't like it very much, and it got a little bit too complicated to sort of maintain, is it the exporter or the importer that has this particular item? So that's not what we're going to do. The other alternative is an importer. No, the other alternative is a mix where you have a trade lane. So basically you say Nauvis to Volcanus. That's one ship. It goes back and forth. It picks up all the stuff on Nauvis that goes to Volcanus, and it picks up all the stuff on Volcanus that goes to Nauvis, and that's just it. Carbon fiber, don't give a shit. That's not, because that's something between Gleba and the other plants, not between. This is just pick up some foundries and some belts, go to Navis, drop them off, pick up some, I don't know what we produce on Navis, and go back. That's what you can do. Because if you need a lot of capacity on the ships, then that's a good idea, because it can, now we're talking about like green belts and that kind of thing, but it could also be plastic. So we don't want to produce plastic on Volcanus, we want to produce it on Navis, like whatever. Or let's say more realistic, modules, for example. I produce modules in my current Megabase series on Navis, so I'd want to have the trade lane route going between Navis and Volcanus to pick up modules on Navis and drop them off on Volcanus. Cool. The problem with that is Gleba also wants modules, and Fulgora wants modules, and Aquila wants modules. So then I have to set it up 3 times because they're all needed, and it's 3 different ships because it's 3 different or 4 different trade lanes. That gets a little bit redundant. That every planet needs belts. So do I really want to do that? Maybe some need really a lot of belts and some don't really need a lot of belts. So is that really gonna, yeah, it's a lot of redundancy then. So the third option, and the reason why I'm putting this as third is because the one I'm leaning towards is an import based, where each planet has 1 ship. I'm ignoring chat right now because I just want to explain this, otherwise, and then I'll check chat for comments. So I'm just gonna, yeah. Yeah, so it's oh man, I saw a comment there. I just didn't want to react to it. Like, put over 20s to prevent flash requests. Yes, but no. Because what if I request 5 of something, then I never get it? Or 10 legendary rocketers, then I suddenly don't understand why I'm never getting it, because I set it to over 20 instead. So no, definitely not. Right, import. If I set up import, I set up 1 ship per import planet. Then I will set it up to be sort of hovering over the planet, and then not having like a fixed schedule, but actually having it with interrupts to say, if any I'll basically have a request here that goes, this is Navis, for example, right? So if this is set up to Navis, then what will it be called? Do I even have these? Yeah, we kind of have these kind of requests here, but it might be something like, and then since everything is import oriented, then I'm going to be looking at it like it's import. There. Right, and then I'm going to have another one that's going to be, no, not that one. This one I'm not going to make because that doesn't make. Okay, so in this case, I would say from here we're going to get belts. Now I still have to obviously set these up. And from here we're going to get, I don't know, what are we producing here? Let's say we're producing plastic is something we produce here. And what are we producing here? We're definitely producing these ones here. And we're also producing that one. Right? Let's get a sense of what we are. Do we even have nothing over here that we produce? No, nothing. Well, bioflux maybe as well, something we want. I don't know. Oh, yeah, that's from Gleba. Okay, this one should also be Glebalicious. There you go. Yeah, don't get in here. So then I would set up, since this is an importer on Navis, then I would delete all of this. And we have this on here. So it's green because it's allowed to go, and then I'm saying passenger present, but no. Then I'm adding interrupts. Do these have, does this mean that they're assigned to something because they exist? Then that's going to be, I called it resupply, and I actually think that's a good thing. So basically this one says, Any planet import 0. This means then what we do is we go here. Shut up, kitty. Don't unload. Don't unload. It's an import. All requests satisfied. And at least 30 seconds. Or do we could also... There, maybe. So basically this means that it runs through this and then it's gonna be time passed. Oops, 5 seconds. So it's okay to go because it's fueled and has ammo, and it just checks every 5 seconds. If I don't have the stuff from Volcanus, then go there. How does that work if suddenly we need stuff from multiple? Yeah, okay. So that's the idea. This is what I'm going to be looking at. That means I need to craft a single setup for each planet combination. The exception is, of course, Aquilo, because fuck Aquilo. It needs a separate ship. So how are we going to do Aquilo? We might do... Like, I can't import from Aquilo. Then I might just have to have one ship that goes out to Aquilo, picks up everything, and then goes round trip. Yeah, science haulers as well. We also need to get... oh, right, this one would actually bring science in from everything. I think I'd have a separate one for just science. That's a good point. All right, let me just check all the long stories that have been said here. Interrupts. If it's missing 3 items, does it make 3 interrupt trips to each supplying planet for each missing item? No, the way it works is this one, where it says if anything requested from Volcanus is missing, then go to Volcanus. It's pretty simple. And then go there. But then if we are missing something from both Gleba and Volcanus, because we go in, drop it off, then it will create an interrupt for each if I also get another interrupt here. And it just has to be so generic. Oh, right, by the way, this is not generic enough. This one also has to have a... Oops. Oh, add an interrupt station? No. As a wait condition, circuit is green. What? Greater than 0. And then no matter what, even if it's the wait condition, then we also have to do that here, because you can't allow it to go without. Right. That one. Yeah. So it's either goes in here, all requests, and it's allowed to leave because it has fuel, and it has spent there at least 15 seconds. Then go. Not allowed to unload because this is purely a pickup location. Or alternatively, it is good and we've been waiting 60 seconds, but we are not getting what we want. In that case, it leaves, deletes the interrupt, or maybe it adds the interrupt again. Yeah. Funny how there's not a condition that says you are on this planet. Why can there not be an interrupt that says you are on Novice and this one is 0, then go? I mean, this would be less generic, but that's kind of what I want. The crazy mage. I got bored with... I guess it's space age and not sexual abuse, because that would be weird. But good thing you got bored with it. I honestly feel the devs dropped the ball on the interplanetary logistics. I don't think they dropped the ball. I think they just kind of... they were a little bit too focused on reusing things that already existed. That's how I think it is. Like they were like, oh, just it's train interrupts. It's just yeah, it's awesome. Without sort of thinking, does that even make sense? Can you do it? Okay, can you not do? And then the whole thing about like, oh, just get it to space sort of from anywhere and then drop it off, and it always drops to one place. Then it gets a little bit too simple. If you don't get at least some items, it will proc again when it goes back to the main planet. Yes, but it has to go back to the main planet, right? I guess we can see that. If I delete that, then
Our
what happens now?
champion returns. Welcome home.
Oh, first we have to go back to Navas. Yes. Hey, Monotaur Black, thank you for the 41 months. You could do the on the check planet. How would I do that? Because that would have to be here. I think that in terms of what I think is lackluster about the the interplanetary logistics is the simplicity. It's a little bit too simple because trains have the whole thing about signaling, that's complicated. The train scheduling, that we have here, but also the waiting, the buffering, the queuing, the how many trains can you get in on the station without it sort of leaking out and blocking the main lines. Those are things that make train design more interesting. Like if I was sort of imagining it without constraints about time to build and all that stuff. Yeah, it's not. There you go. It's ready, and then it goes to here. Let's see what happens when it get there and realize it can't get anything. Il Comico, thank you for the prime. Welcome. So what I would love is that likewise that on the planet there is a single location, a cargo, the starter pack, whatever. That connects to orbit, but then it connects from one point on the planet to many points in orbit. I would love it to go from here to one space station in orbit, so you could have one space station above each planet, and that's oh no, oh that's clever. Dude. So you'd have one space station above each planet, which is then it would have like a purpose, and that would have docking bays. So you would have to build docking bays for spaceships to come in, and they would sort of be hovering out, and you can only dock it to a certain point. And you know, there could be a lot of interesting stuff that could be done that would sort of add more weight to it. So you build the space station, and the space station gets bigger and bigger because you want more ships to dock, and you want this bigger ship and the smaller ships, and then you have to route the stuff from the each of those locations on belts going back into the place where it drops down, like that kind of thing, right? It's just like space exploration, basically like space exploration, yes. But I think it could be made better. But I still think the idea would be something like that. Yeah, but that's the different drop points is not an option, and I understand why, because it would be totally abusable. If we look, I can't look at my mega base, but if we look at my mega base, then I would use it to transport things from one end of the planet to the other, because it's much faster to just send it up and drop it down another location than it is to send it on a train and then go all the way over. So that would be just cheating to teleport things from one end of the planet to another by just sending it up and dropping it down, because it would be way faster to transport as well. So that's why they didn't do it, because it would be basically teleporting. So same reason why you can't export from out of these, like this one, because that would also be just teleporting things. Then you'd basically have like a global network of cargo bays everywhere, and then you just sort of grab from that cargo bay. Then basically what I would do, and I would hate it, but I would do it, was basically saying funny how that doesn't match. Okay, never mind. Our city block pattern would then suddenly just be not a city block, but it would just be cargo bays everywhere, because anything could pick up from the cargo bay. Like this. So there's a good reason why that doesn't work. All right, medium freighter. Let's see what you got. You got something. Oh, crap. Let's get something that absolutely doesn't exist here. Because I want to make sure that if it doesn't exist, then what happens? Why is it not leaving? Oh, it's not leaving because there's something inbound. Yeah, the cargo block. Yeah. So now we're just getting the last 5. Weird. And when that gets in, we should see it leave, even though it doesn't have that one. And then I want to see it go back to Navis, triggers this one, goes back out. Then that's how I think it should be. But if it then deselects this one and creates it again, then it kind of sucks. We'll see. Here it comes. Okay, so yeah, it does. It just creates the same one again. It doesn't go back. So I want this one here to only trigger. Okay, so that means if I use interrupts, it will always get stuck. If there's something that doesn't exist, it'll get stuck at this plan. That's a monstrously big deficit problem. Damn. That's why it's a late game thing. I mean, even late game thing, it doesn't work. You can't always guarantee that you have something there. It should be, but there we go. I think it works. Because now it won't trigger unless all requests are satisfied. And all requests are not satisfied. That's the whole point, is that if you're sitting on here and then the requests are not satisfied, then this one will not trigger again. But it will trigger here because I don't have any requests on Navis. So I can prevent the interrupt from interrupting, or I can prevent the interrupt from being added if it's on a planet that doesn't have the requests fulfilled, which is the whole point of, that's where I don't want it to request. So then it goes back. It looks like it worked. For me, that you like in an area limited to hub can take from your cargo bay. Yeah, maybe that it. Yeah, I don't think that makes sense, but I think it's like they probably made it. Someone abused it, and internally, and they were like, damn it. Okay, so you can only export from this. It just also gives another constraint of how many you can import-export from. If you can just in a small area, then you can make infinite inserters. Well, infinite, but certainly enough inserters. Right now, you can't do a mega base with inserters. That's just can't be done. Add circuit condition for resupply. I'm on Navis. I can't do that as a circuit condition because that would have to be here, and that doesn't make sense. Then it would either trigger the interrupt, and then that's a problem. And if you, it doesn't work. You can't add an interrupt to say I'm on Navis. You can do that, but you would have to do it up here because this is an interrupt. And if I added it to the interrupt, oh right, I guess what you mean is like this one could be a circuit condition. Right, that's it. Yeah, okay, now I get it. Thank you. This one equal 3. Right, that would mean that you are on Navis. Let me see if this works. I want to see if this works here. So we're going to have to wait until it gets to 60 seconds. I would much rather do this because otherwise I would have to have a resupply for each planet that is resupplying. That means I need to have 4 for volcanoes because it has to be like either the planets, right? So I think if this one works, I'm good. Because it is actually allowed to go from here over to another interrupt if I don't have that. Let's get everything in almost. Funny how this one's just so not working. So we need this one in, and then we'll see if it leaves. Because that should not trigger the interrupt. Come on. Get in there. There we go. It works. Perfect. Good. So we found a way that works. Nice. Did you read where you are? No, I didn't. I don't need to read where I am. I just need to say that you are on a planet that where all the requests are satisfied. And the whole point of this interrupt, or the point of what I was trying to do, was saying I wanted to not get stuck on a planet where I can't complete the interrupt, because there might be something on the planet that I just don't have enough of for whatever reason. And I don't want to be stuck here. Then I'd rather just be like, yeah, whatever, then go somewhere else, because otherwise everything stops. This one could at least still go back to other places. Getting a little bit tired of this damn thing here. I did build this one, so let's just do that again up here. Here. What? How is there just enough room there? But there isn't, though. It'd have to be down here for there to be room. Yeah. Okay, whatever. Right, that is coming in. Does this need power? No? Good. So this will just help get rid of the stuff that's getting polluted out here. I hope. There we go. There, that's should take care of this for now. There. Done. Oh, you're back. You're back here and doing this again. Did you ever add offshore pumps to the Navis hub? I don't know. Alright, so let's add this, the other interrupts as well. Would be nice if I could copy them, but nope. So this one is any planet import 0 from that. Oops. And that all requests are satisfied. Then if that's true, then I go here and I go all requests satisfied. Don't allow it to unload. I want a circuit condition that the green light is on. Like that. And I want a time just 15 seconds. If that's not a case, then I still want the condition to be true, and I also want a longer, that one. This one's still true. That's 60 seconds. Good. So this is the condition. Whoop. And let's do the same thing for Ukora. Oops. Import 0 and satisfied. Lights for Gora. Labor slowly gets demolished in the next 10 minutes. Yeah, probably. Nope. don't unload. All requests satisfied. Condition and time. Condition and time. Boop. There we go. Deep lake answers me because if it, I don't know what that means. Like you put it in a place where they can't attack, so you shoot and then they come over and then they just sort of hover around. I mean, I want to kill the stuff we take out. Okay, so let's see what happens now, because these things are not allowed either. So let's see what happens once it figures out that it can't do the last thing here. I want to see if it works. Oh look, it just happened to have enough of those. Interesting. Takes forever to get in here. Come on. There we go. And then it completes. Oh, time is not up. It's still missing that one thing, which you'll never get. Isn't there a risk that it's going to do a weird route like Navis, Fulgora, Volcanus, Kleber instead of doing the circle like we want to? Well, I don't want it to be... yes, at some point, yes, it could do that. Like, for example, now, where it comes back and realizes all three are missing something. But in the normal state of operation, it's going to hover over Navis, and then one of those will trigger. They will not all trigger at once, because there's no chance of me working on Navis, and then I suddenly make a request that at a given moment does take something from all of them. Very unlikely, at least within a 5-second cycle. And in that case, it'll just be like, oh, I'm missing some electromagnetic planes. Oh, let me go grab some electromagnetic planes. But it won't go there for anything else. Then it will go there, and even though seconds later it's missing foundries as well, then it'll just wait until it comes back and then go out for foundries. So let's see what happens. Yeah, if it goes in the sequence here, then it would be a correct sequence. So let's see. All of them should trigger. No, it only triggers one. Why? Oh, that sucks. So it only will trigger one interrupt, and that means it'll keep going back and forth with Volcanus because it still doesn't get it Volcanus. That means I can never get it to break out of this habit. Oh dear, that sucks. Yeah, but I don't think that changes anything. What if I do this? Then it will just be opposite, right? Then it will go allow interrupting other interrupts. That probably means that it goes through this one, and then it also checks the next one and next one, next one. So it'll be the last one that counts, because it'll go yes, no, override, no, override, and then it'll go the last one, which will still be the same issue if I can't export whatever I have here. With this setup, you shouldn't request items that aren't available. Yeah, but that's the point. You will never ever guarantee that it won't be unavailable at some point. Right? It's... You go there and pick up all of the green belts, and then you drop it off at Navis, and I'm just building a monstrous belt array, and then it goes back to Volcanus, but it hasn't had time to rebuild the stock. Well, then you're out. Then what I wanted to do is go like, okay, well, I'm just out of here. Let me just go grab something else. But it can't do that, it seems. For interrupts that add multiple stops. Okay. Well, then it doesn't make any sense. Then I don't know. I just want to see what it does. My guess would be that it just takes this, overrides it with that, overrides with that, and then we'll see it will be the last one that comes in instead of the first one. I don't know. Let's see. I'm learning instead of assuming something here. Let's do a test together. And back and forth. Moving from, moving to. And come back. It's actually a pretty decent speed. Even though I think it was capped at... No, it was capped at a frequency. Testing for progress, for science. Exactly. Instead of just hearing someone in chat saying, oh, it doesn't work, or it doesn't work for this. And we're like, yeah, you might be right, but let's just test it together and see that that is actually the case. Is it slowing down? Why is it slowing down? Is that because... No, there's still enough power. Yeah, these are still full. Okay, so when this one triggers... Where was that? Where's my... This one. Oh, okay, it triggered. What it still just goes to that one, so it doesn't trigger, it doesn't interrupts. So we can deselect that one because it doesn't do anything. Right, well, this is a problem. It is actually, it seems to be an intractable problem. It works if you don't configure it like that. It only activates if all requests are satisfied. But the reason why I'm setting all requests are satisfied is because I don't want it to be triggering from a planet that it can't complete the requests. That's why I added this line. So this line is there to make sure that if I remove that line, it goes to Volcanus, then it's stuck at Volcanus, and then it leaves, but then it triggers itself, and then it gets stuck. So this way, at least it goes back to Navis, and then triggers. But unfortunately, it triggers the same thing. I can't make it. This is what I need. I need a taboo list. I needed to say, don't go to Volcanus, go somewhere else. So. Go to Volcanus while it is at one of the later planets in the interrupt priority list. This check is only on during planets, right? So yeah, it's only when it makes a stop, it tests to see what the next stop is going to be. It's not sort of en route, so it'll never be en route to something. It'll always be stuck on one planet when it rolls the dice for this. Not roll the dice. Yeah. It will either be stuck at a planet or it'll go back and be stuck on a loop between two planets. Either way, it sucks. I don't know how to solve that, and I don't think it can be solved with the mechanics we have. I'm thinking something along the lines of identifying that there are multiple locations that request. So like if there's something missing from this and this and this, then go add 3 stops. If there's only from this and this, then go add these 2 stops. If there's only this and this, then go add these 2 stops. And if there's only one, but not the other, then like that's kind of how you could do it. But it would still, yeah, it would actually still, that could work, but it would be 6 interrupts instead of 3. Maybe we can try that afterwards. You can, don't trigger the Volcanus interrupt while in Kleber orbit. Yeah, but why wouldn't I do that? And that's literally something I want to do. So, anyway, short break. Be back in 2 minutes. I need to dig into this one. Okay, so the two conversations here. I'm with you, Sujin. That's the issue we have now is that it will always trigger the first one, and the first one will go to. Get rid of that stupid song. Go to Volcanus, find out it doesn't have enough, either trigger itself and get stuck, or go back to Novice, trigger the same thing, and then it'll just be stuck in a loop. I want to be able to break that loop, and the way I think I can do it is by having combinations. So I can do... I want to try it. I'm not sure it's a good idea, but I want to try to see if it works. Add an interrupt. This interrupt is all requests are satisfied.
Our illustrious
Angry one, thank you for the 60 months. That is 6 metric years or 5 normal years. There. So I'm basically saying, what if all the planets... I'm sitting at Novice, which is not what this one means, but it kind of... Maybe it's just better to say it like straight up and just saying... Three. Okay. Then when you're sitting on Novice and all the other planets are idle, then add these locations. Now it sucks to set everything up here again, but I kind of have to. There, there, there. Now it would be nice to be to have something here. Condition. Okay, let's add all the conditions first. Then it's wait time. Then it's condition. And then it's wait time. Then it's wait time. Then it's condition. And then it's wait time. There's no way that I'm not making silly mistakes from this. Worst thing is if it doesn't work. There. Save and dropped. And this one goes on top. Okay? So in this case, all of this should actually trigger because we don't have this and we don't have this and we don't have this. So it should trigger all of them. And if it triggers all of these, then it will automatically go to 1, 2, 3 and then come back, which is what we want. Do a loop and come back. Then we can also add the ones intermediates. That would be the combinations of them. That would be like, oh, what if this one and that one, but not for Gora? Which would then be added after the first one. And then I can also add another one. That would be, what if it's this one and that one? I'm just gonna add the outlines of this, and the last one would be this one and that one. It did not work. Why did it not work? How does this not work? Why does it not work? The old interrupts should be triggered later. Like it should, people are saying it should trigger from the top. So this one should trigger first. Conditions, true, 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 and oh, 6. There's a problem there. Okay. Okay, so there's a double counting something. How the hell does it do that? How does that double count? The output signal is not coming in, so it's not the red line that comes in here. The green line is only going up here, but it doesn't go anywhere else. Here says 3, and the output is going into the next one, but that's it. I don't understand it. Can someone figure out why it's not? It's getting. Why is that 0? Oh, right here? It's because it's part of 2 networks, but oh my god, is that just insanely stupid. Oh. Because then it reads from itself, but then it also receives the stuff that it's sending out. Because it's not actually about sending, it just kind of takes the signal and puts it onto the red wire, and it goes like, oh look, there's 3 novice here and there's 3 novice here. Oh, there must be 6. Like, no, it's the same 3 you're communicating out on 2 different channels. No, I'm receiving 2 times 3. It's the same 3. Yeah. But I don't think I can recycle any of them. Because now it feeds. And okay, feeds the one green in here, which is kind of irrelevant. So maybe that works. Yes. Does everything else work? Oh. Red wire for bottom for velocity now, but I still have the green wires up here, so it's it works now. It's just that I can't have both a red and a green wire on board this, then it will be more, or maybe I'll just, yeah, okay. Well, this is better than sort of having it figure out on 3. So now we can do this again. And then it should trigger this one. Come on! God, it works. I'm not sure I like it, but it works. Yeah, or just set it to 6. Well, that's just not correct. Okay, so this works, but oh my god, is it a pain in the ass to set up. That's why you could take my blueprints. Right? This is why you want my blueprints, so you don't have to set this shit up yourself. And this one has to be set up again for the other ones. Luckily these are stored though. That's nice. Unlike the interrupt, the groups. What are they called? The logistic. These ones are not stored. If no one is using it, it just disappears. Right? Isn't that how it works? Or is it the other way around? No, they don't disappear. No, it's this one. It's worse. These ones are persistent, so you have a shitty long list of things that you don't use anymore, like all of this. But these ones, as soon as there are no ships using a particular interrupt, it just disappears, which is pretty bad. Because if it goes by sequence, it will never get to this one unless this one didn't trigger. So there's no chance that when it gets here, it should have gotten the first one. So it goes like, oh, for example, we only need something from one, but not the other. So these can't accidentally trigger. Yeah, save them all on a, yes, I think that's a great idea. Interrupts storage. I have no idea what that is. That's like so illogical, but whatever. There. And then I should also make the other one. Oh, funny, then it just pops up. Yep. There. And then I change it. This one is all request satisfied. Nope. Yes. No. I think all request satisfied is better than this one. Why not just the first line? What do you mean the first line? Why not just having this one? Because that requires that all 3 planets have not enough. And what if only 2 of them? Then this won't trigger. And then let's say that it is Gleba and Fulgora. Then it goes, adds Gleba Fulgora. Then it goes to Gleba, but it can't do that. Then it goes back and goes out. So at least by having these sequential ones, then it will at least get to the one that is needed plus the one afterwards and then home. Or the one is needed plus the next afterwards. So this prevents us from getting stuck in a situation where one of the planets doesn't have enough. Like in this case, if we're missing something on Volcanus and for some reason I can't craft it on Volcanus, what happens now is that it then goes to Volcanus, comes back to Navis. Then now I also need something from Gleba. Then it goes Volcanus, Gleba, comes back. Now I don't need something from Gleba anymore, but I still need something from Volcanus, the stuff that I can't do. So it goes to Volcanus, nothing, comes back. Then at that point, oh, we now need something from Fulgora. Then it will go trigger the one that says Volcanus and Fulgora, and then it will go Volcanus, nope, I can't do it. Fulgora, pick up the stuff I need, come back. So it'll always guarantee that you will always do the rest, so it doesn't get stuck on a now is Volcanus, now is Volcanus. That's how. But it needs all combinations of 2, all combinations of 3 added here, which sucks. And I don't like this one. Do I care? No. Because it's going to be the same for the other ones. Yeah. But this one is not good. This one could also be triggered from Fulgora, for example. In that space map. Yes, that's the right order. That's the correct order, Anthony. And this is still only 15. So this is the sequence you go. The YouTube version is going to be fun to record. It's more explaining why I do it more than actually setting it up. But we need to set this up. This can be doing it like this, but this one, I really have to do it all requests. Or I have to set this one up to be circuit condition this 3 or circuit condition Fulgora to 3. But then I still have the other condition as well. The that one, and that one, and that one. Oops. What a absurd amount. So this basically says that you're sitting on Novice and these two don't have anything. Then you go there. Or you're sitting on this planet on Fogora and then these two. Then that's what we go for, right? And then I can add the planets. That means it then goes to Fogora and it goes to Kleber. And then this one goes to... Definitely don't allow it to unload anything. Wish this existed. I'm not going to set everything up, but I just need to set up something to sort of get a sense of it. I can set this up by myself some other time. The advantage is that I have a lot of people looking over my shoulder right now to catch my mistakes. Okay, does this work? Yeah, just a wish away, yes. Just did the math for how much cryoscience my brick of 8 hot fruit makers can spit out. Any advice except watching my videos? I mean, I don't know what you expect me to say, but have you tried watching my videos? Yeah, don't watch my videos. Just struggle as you wish, but I don't know. How would you? Yeah, sorry, but I'm gonna go out on a limb here and say, have you tried watching my videos? They might actually be useful. This one is then could also be on Volcanus, for example. I'm just gonna set up the ones I have, and then the ones for the other planets will have to be somewhere else. Whoops. It's also weird, like this one, you just click it and then it changes. While other ones here, you have to click it and then press E to select. Likewise, this one, it's already highlighted here, so you can just press the new number. But when I then add down here, time and change it, then it's not highlighted. Then I have to... I can't be the only one who's been bothered by this. I really can't be the only one. The fact that some things are already highlighted so you can just press the number, and other things you have to delete and then press it. One consultation fee for base review are a little more than a tier 5 Twitch subscription. Yeah, a little bit much. It was actually a thing back in the days. When I started my Patreon long ago, or sort of... Then I was the $25 patron. I was like, oh, that's like amazing. I'm going to be like a consultancy for $25. And I was like, wait a minute. I had it up for a bit and no one actually claimed it, like base reviews, that kind of thing. And I was like, oh, this is not good. I can't do that for $25 because then it's like I see so many patrons who overpromise on their Patreon. Of content creators who overpromise on their Patreon, and it's just like, don't say that. Don't say like personal handwritten letter every month. Like, I mean, it's nice when you have 2 of those patron levels, but if you have 20 of them, then you have to write 20 handwritten letters. And yeah, you could say like, yeah, but it's money. Yeah, but it also just, it's not something you want to sort of have a chore of sort of like, okay, now suddenly one day of the month you have to sit there and just write handwritten thank you letters to all your patrons. Like, don't do that. But, you know. And then of course there's my little episode where there's someone I've been following for a long time. I was like, yes, I'm going to be patron. Highest tier. Go. wrote a long message like, oh, I've been following you and I'm kind of in a content creator myself, and and it's different area, but I find it really interesting what you're talking about. Super amazing. Here's a lot of money. Huh. A week went by, and I was like, sorry, I pledged on the highest tier, and you don't even reply on when I send a private message on Patreon that was like this long. You could just be like, oh, thank you. Whoa, I'm busy. I'm gonna get back to you. You could have done that. And then I canceled. I was like, wow, do I feel like an absolute idiot? But okay. So the thing is, like, this is also possible that you can pledge on my Patreon, and if you just pledge, I am not gonna see it because I don't get notifications for everyone who's pledging, and I can't sort of differentiate between different tiers. So it's just like, yeah. But if you write something, sometimes people do like write just, oh, I've been following you for a while and I thought it would be time to do a $5 donation. Thank you. I always respond. And if someone was pledging at the highest tier and wrote a long message about how I had what kind of, I'd probably write back, right? Within a week, I'd probably write back. That'd be a hell of a. You can also see that there's still been uploaded new content to the YouTube channel, so it's not like this person has been out of circulation for 2 weeks or something. Seemed attentive. Stream your builds today. Wow. Every time someone sends you a save, just delete everything, stamp down all of your blueprints, and send it back. And they're like, yep, there, one-time fee of $200. Yeah, except it's like, no. Also, like these base reviews, I don't get so much more because haven't done it for many years. I know I'm getting a little lazy with these kind of things, right? But I think it's also, for me, I think I also used to have like a community Factorio map that was updated every month, and I spent time on, I wanted to join in and all that stuff. And there's just some things that make sense when you're more newer streamer, and then at some point you realize, okay, this is not really value adding. If you do it for fun, that's fine. But if you do it because you think it has like a value for sort of community building, then I don't think it makes sense in my case, because I'm not really multiplayer focused. Can't believe no one else have been bothered by this one before, but at least some of you will now be bothered by the fact that you have to highlight it before you can replace it for this one, but not for the other ones. There, right? Boop. That's the interrupt, and I just want the last one. Yeah. Any tips for finishing Space Age under 40 hours? Nope. I have no idea. I have not finished Space Age yet, and I have 600 hours in the save. So that's how bad I am at giving advice on this particular thing. 600 hours, and I don't have the achievement for finishing the game. So, nope, no idea. All right, we're going to do this one. This is going to be the last one we add. Let's see if I can remember. It was circuit condition and circuit condition, right? It's the two planets that it could be on. So it could be on this planet. Nope. Navis first, or that one. And look at that. It's already highlighted the number, so we just type 3. And then it's nope, 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 and nope. That was not what I want. Then we do this. That means requests, requests, circuit, circuit. Time wait, time wait. Okay, that was actually not so bad. Good. Not sharing back is better than a generic reply that either clearly not their own words but some interns or just copy pasted. I guess not hearing back is better. Really? I don't think so. If I had, if it's not a, I would not support. I would not support a creator who has someone else to manage their Patreon. That's just it, right? No, because then you're so big that it's a company. You have people employed to shovel your money. Sorry, then it's not going to be my money. Like, that is literally someone who's just, their job is just shoveling money into your vault. If you have someone employed for that job, you don't deserve my my pledge. But if someone who's just working there on their own, then sure, that's like, yeah, because then you can feel that it makes a difference. Is this a milk truck to end all milk trucks? That's a lot of interrupts. Yes, it's kind of, but it's kind of preventing us from getting stuck. And I do have to add the other ones, unfortunately. How many more do I have to add? I have to add 3 more of these, right? And how many more combinations of 2 do I have to add? It's just the combinations of 2 that involve novice. So that's 3 more combinations. And then 1 more resupply here. So it's 3 here, 3 here, and 1 here. Okay, so we can at least do the novice interrupt. I'm probably gonna end up doing all of them, so sorry about that. Let's, if you have some good topics, then that's pretty good for us to just set out a little conversation while setting this one up, because then it's done. And then I remember to upload it. This one was, it's on novice. And it is nothing from the other. It's not a novice. It's in request here and all other requests are satisfied. Yes. And then if that's the case, we go to novice where all requests, disable that one. Circuit, circuit, time, time. Then I'm going to find a good question. I see my name highlighted somewhere. Good. Yeah. What are your thoughts on rushing legendary quality using legendary tier 2 modules? I don't think that's possible. Rushing legendary quality using legendary tier 2 quality modules. If you already have legendary tier 2 quality modules, I think there's a contradiction in that, in the sense that you're both saying you have access to legendary, but you didn't bother to make the legendary good stuff. You're like, oh, why did you even make a legendary tier 2 then? Like, just make a legendary tier 3 then. Like, that's, but I guess then you have to deal with legendary the items, and that might be a little bit more. Yeah, I get it. How good is so this one is 6.2 and this one is 5. Yeah, it's pretty good. It's probably worth it if you don't have access to legendary superconductors, or you just don't have access to so many of them. I know, I think there's a merit to it. I just don't really like it. Yeah. Why can't we use biochambers recycle to storage the eggs and restart the production as needed? You can, but store eggs as needed. That's also literally what I do. But I just don't bother with that, sort of having that circuit made. So basically I start the production, make 1,000 biochambers, and then I don't need any more for the rest of the game. Same. So that's easier for me than anything else, because they're not really that expensive. Instead of sort of making 10G and then restarting the pentapod production to get another 20, and then, I'll just make 1,000, whatever. They're not expensive, and then be done with it. The only tier 2 on that is a concern is productivity. That's only because the bioreactors are bastard. Yeah, but it's not that bad. I mean, just start grinding, and you will get some. Right, let's get an interrupt. What interrupt is this going to be? This is going to be... First we were sitting at Novice. So now it's everything except Volcanus now. Okay, can I even remember this? So when I do... that means I am... In this case, I am definitely sitting on Volcanus. There, I'm sitting on Volcanus, and all the other 3 are 0. To here, you only click, you don't confirm. Then, if this is the case, then I add the 3 stations. 3. They all get a request. And then they all get circuit, 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 circuit. I do feel that there is definitely merit to the idea of using tier 2. And I think it's for the productivity it might be most valuable. But on the other hand, that's also the one where I feel that it is most valuable to actually have it. Because that's free stuff, and I want more free stuff. On the other hand, you could say, just go in here to the wiki. This is using 4 productivity 2. So if I'm using 4 of these to get 1 productivity 3, technically I'm getting 1.5. Then maybe I would rather have 4 legendary productivity 2 modules than 1.5 legendary productivity 3 module. This is 25, and this one is 50. Oh, that's a massive difference. Oof, that's a big difference. And it's the same difference for all of them, but it just... Oh, I would hate to sort of look at it and go like, I've spent legendary stuff and I still only get 15. How's this one? Yeah, so that's... So the question would be legendary tier 2 productivity modules or rare quality tier 3 modules. Rare quality tier 3 modules are way easier to get. So I don't think that's a good idea. Yeah, so I don't think it makes sense for me to do that. I can understand it, but I don't follow it. How much time do you think is saved in journey time by these many interrupts? Am I right in saying the bare minimum is 3 sets of interrupts, 1 without each destination planet? Yes, you are right. Because then... Yeah, you could basically say that if any of these are triggered, then just go to the other 3. Which means that at this point, just go to all of them all the time, right? This is... I think actually it's a lot of travel time that will be saved. The question is then, does that travel time matter? Not really, right? Because in a steady state, you're going to be spending 2 hours on Volcanus tinkering, and then the ship in orbit is just going to do a round trip and come back and do a round trip. Sometimes when you're sitting there and just you want stuff coming in from your production planet, Volcanus, and you're sitting there tinkering and you need more belts, and then suddenly I'm not having more belts on the planet, and I'm looking in the spaceship, and then it's like, oh, it's somewhere between Gleba and Fulgora. Now it has to go to Fulgora, sit there a little bit, and then go to Volcanus and sit there a little bit, and then come back to Nauvis or something like that. So it's mostly in the peaks where, in this case, if I'm using something from Volcanus, I'm sitting on Navis, using something from Volcanus, it'll just go back and forth between those planets, supplying me. That's beneficial because that means I, as a player, spend less time waiting. But in a normal steady state where it just kind of supplements, then it doesn't matter much. So you're right that it doesn't do much, but it does do something. You want to spend 90% of time drip feeding the planet, 10% resupplying, something like this, yes. And it does take quite a while for ships to go between all planets. If you're sitting on Navis and you want stuff coming in from Volcanus, then I don't know, like 2 minutes there, 1 minute in orbit, 2 minutes back, 5 minutes. Or if it's 2 minutes there, 1 minute in orbit, 2 minutes to Gleba, 1 minute in orbit, 2 minutes to Fogora, 1 minute in orbit, 2 minutes to Navis, and then you get your stuff. Like, that's just double the amount of time you have to wait for a resupply run. And that's the essence. Plus, I mean, once it's done, it's done. Then you don't have to set it up again. Then this is just it. If you, of course, just copy paste it. Or it's one of those things, set it up once and then maybe we'll also find out that it'll be sort of overshadowed by something else. That's interesting. Boop. One more. I mean, for the science, so instead of making a lot of eggs, then they spoil, we have a biochamber storage, and then we need science. We recycle one to get an egg, then we restart production. That's not necessary because you will never get in a position where you don't consume the science, right? I mean, you don't need to do that because if you're thinking about from a science perspective, you're gonna use some agricultural science at some point. So just keep it for that. Just keep it producing, and then kill a pentapod every 15 minutes. That's when they spawned. Just whatever. Not really a big deal. So that was now it's the Globalicious one. So this one is, you are now sitting on Globalicious. And all the other conditions are false. You do not have anything on the other ones. Nothing here, nothing there, nothing there. If that's the case, you really want to go there, and there, and there. And then circuit conditions, circuit condition, circuit condition. Man, if I find out something isn't really working. I do have a tendency to sort of get caught up in these kind of ideas where like, yeah, let's me spend 1,000,000 hours on setting something up, and then afterwards go like, well, it does work, but it's not necessary. That is so typical me. There, and then time. That's not faster. $16. It's gonna mess up everything. One more. Woohoo! Let them cook. Just have 2 ships for each Navis planet pair and 1 semi-omnivores supply. Yeah, this doesn't work. Way too simple. This saves time for everyone who gets blueprints. Yes. At least you don't need to set up all the interrupts again. For instance, the Volcanus Fulgora interrupt are the same you had before. Yeah, exactly. This is why I set these up as in having conditions both for when you're triggering from both of those locations. So I need 3 of these, and that's the last one I need of the multi one. That means this is where we are sitting on. We also need for Aquilo, but let's ignore that Aquilo exists right now. This one is resupplying the first 3 planets because you're sitting now on Fulgora. Ah. Resupply. There. Good. Tag this in. So you're sitting on there. And then all the other ones are not having what you need. Nope, nope, and nope. If that's the case, you want to go to all 3 locations like that. And don't allow to unload on any locations here. And then we want the second condition. It doesn't take that long. I mean, yes, it does take that long, but it doesn't take that long. It's mainly me talking in the meantime there. And then this one. And then it's just the time adding. This is the worst one to change because we have to select. Yeah. Good. One more. Let's figure out what this is. Clever. Not enough signs. Oh no. Done. Interrupt storage. Don't delete the ship, please. And that was the last of the 3s. Last of the threesomes there. And then we go into this one. Then we only need, we need 3 actually here because we also need, we need every combination including, yeah. Does it make sense to do Aquilo once too in preparation for Aquilo bound? No, because I might be doing it different for Aquilo. So I don't want to do Aquilo right now. Also because I'm getting tired of this. And so are you. Right, so which one was it? Anything that involves Novice is the one. It's funny how many ways I can misspell resupply. Interesting. Right, so this one is you're sitting on this planet. You're sitting on this planet. No, 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 no. You're sitting on that or that. There. That's the conditions. And if that's the case, then we just go to... Nope. That's not a load. This will then be easier because there's only 2 stations now. This little bit more work here, but a lot less work down here. This one's also just really locked into how I do things. Like you must be able to monitor the signal, and you must have this green signal. This is why it's so important that the green signal is just as generic as possible. Like you can have other conditions that you put into the green signal than I have, but as long as you have green signal, then everything is fine. We agree that there should be a green signal for it to be allowed to leave. Even if you then just hardcode the green signal, then that's still fine. Because we might not need it later on. Later on, it will be just like fine. Good. That was actually one. That was fast. So now it is. Now it's in something else. Novice and Clever. There you go. Finding a way to make correct on Twitch. Yeah. Yeah. So this one is we are sitting on. Okay, so what planets are we sitting on? Anyway, we need 4 of these conditions. So we're either sitting on Novice or Clever, right? No, that's just not correct. It's the other way around. Oh, shit. We're sitting on these 2. Please correct me if I've kind of lost my... Here. Yes, this is how it is. Good. So we're sitting on either of these planets, and these 2 are empty. Good. That means we go to these 2 stations. Yes. Okay, now I'm back on track. Like, repeating things more times, then suddenly you tend to add mistakes as you go a certain depth. And at some point, I really have a strong feeling that I'll go like, oh no, because I realize something I've forgotten. But, you know, we'll cross that bridge when we get there. Okay, this is the penultimate one. Boop. And the last interrupt will be you and you. Woohoo! So we are sitting on planet. We're then sitting on either Volcanus or Clever. And then we're missing something from either... Oh, these 2 planets, right? Yes. Oops, these should be equal to 3. And then we go to Navis, and we go to Fulgora. Don't unload. Last rounds. Thank you for your patience. There. And time. Almost there. Dash. We happy? So we have 4 of these, and we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of those, and we have 4 of the other ones. That does make sense. Good. What I'm going to do now is I am going to start by taking a save. There. Then I am going to take a blueprint. Interplanetary interrupts. And I'm just gonna... There you go. If anyone wants it, this is the blueprint in its raw format. So now it exists. It exists in Twitch chat as well. So there we go. So if anyone was like, "Oh, I actually want it, but when is it going to be uploaded?" You have it now. Right. Whew. Then we go back to our medium freighter. Thank you. You are now... No, 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 no. This is way too simple. We need way more. So we need everything that isn't... or that doesn't have a novice icon here. So all of these have novice icons, so they are not relevant. Okay. That's actually pretty simple for the ones that first, but later on when I want to do a same one for the other planets, then that's going to be a problem. I love it. I love it. It's good. Does it work? We have no freaking clue. This is bad sign. Why is it up there? Oh, right, because we are going over there. Ah, so what happened now is that I have no idea why this is the case. This doesn't make any sense to me. Because this one means that it has triggered this interrupt. Why would it trigger this interrupt when you are not there either and you are not there? Then it should be, those two should be triggered together. That means it should be this one that gets triggered. Don't unload. Oh, crap. You're sitting now, you're sitting there. This one is only missing that request. So what's your backup solution? Twitch chat. I know. It's completely reliable. Twitch chat never forgets. This looks like a mistake. To me. Because I feel that it shouldn't be this one that triggered, but it should be... Oh, you know what? Maybe it went to this one. And then from here, it actually triggered... No, because it doesn't have that one. Ah, it actually triggered... It was probably sitting there and triggered this one then. I think so. Now it will actually go to... I think it will actually go to Volcanus now. Directly to Volcanus. And then I'll explain why. Volcanus and Gleber. I really wanted it to go back instead of just bouncing between the ones that don't work. Here it's probably because these are not coming in. Because once it goes now over... Oh, it still goes at least it goes back here. So it does sort of... Adds them up top. It's weird. No, it doesn't go. It doesn't actually go here. It goes to this one first. Damn. Triggered unload on Fulgora. But I probably messed it up somewhere. I also changed one. Because it must be this one that triggered. But I do understand it now. So what it does now, it goes to these two. And after these two, it will go to... It'll go here. And then it'll go to Gleber. And at Gleber, it will then say which ones are missing. Then from Gleber, it will trigger this one. I think. It should do that, right? Because... it is either sitting in Gleber or it's sitting here. And these two don't have anything. And then they'll go to that location. Which means that with this setup, it'll never get back. It'll just keep bouncing between random crap. Because there will always be something that doesn't work. No! What I really wanted was actually to go back to Navis and sit there and then go out. Okay, so this one's to okay, so why 15 and 60 seconds? Because it's two different conditions. It's either that all requests are satisfied or that all requests are not satisfied. If they're not satisfied, I want to give it 60 seconds to just wait until maybe something just gets crafted and then it goes out. maybe I don't need that, but I also need a counter here, because sometimes if there is nothing here and this one is still green, then it just goes bloop, and then it doesn't go out. So I need it to just stop and go on. Could be 5, but it just needs to stop and have a non-zero duration. So this one will not trigger because it's still this one. So now it goes to Clever, and after Clever, I'm believing that it actually triggers these two. Now, of course, we're also in a really unfortunate situation where everything is unable to work, right? Oh, that's actually an interesting thing. Like, there is an option of just saying, off after all of this, you just go back to novice. Like, at the end of every interrupt, you go back to novice, so that you don't trigger a new interrupt until you're back to novice. That's a good idea, actually. Why did Gleba trigger? This one did not trigger. It was triggered before when it was standing on Fulgora, and then it triggered that these two were not there. If you enter novice, it isn't generic. Well, no, it's not. It's not. It's fine for these multi ones, but it's not for these here or these ones, right? So that's the trade-off, whether I want to make it generic. But if I make it generic, right now this one will actually trigger because it is done, and then it triggered exactly as I said, Volcanus and Fulgora, because those two don't have anything. Like, if one of these, if there's only one that doesn't have anything, like we're now seeing that if there are two places that don't have it, then they just keep bouncing between those two and nothing gets working. So, that's a really specific issue, right? Is that such an edge case that we just gracefully ignore it and say, this is not designed to be able to handle when two planets are insufficient or are unable to fulfill the demands? Fuck it. Or are we going to say, it needs to be like specific requests that actually always go back to the start planet? Yeah, I know, Break, but I want to see this. So now we are in a situation where this is correct. And I want to see when it comes to Fulgora. My estimate is, when it gets to Fulgora, it can't go to Fulgora again. So it will not trigger a new interrupt, and therefore I'll go back to novice. Let's see if that works. So I'm going to take a break here, and then we can just let it run during the break and see what happens. Be back in 2 minutes. Right. Well, what happened? We're still going to Fulgora, so nothing has happened yet. I used interrupts like that in my game and only requested things that I knew were reliably being crafted, but watching this makes me think your ice cream routes are better. Maybe just have one really big ship or two that can't go around. No, because this is the same Anthony is saying. Like, you just want a big ship that carries a lot. Yeah, but that means it's less likely that all of it can be supplied at any given time when it comes in and requests 5,000 belts. Yeah, sorry, it's just that. Plus, it takes longer time to load it, a longer time to fly because it's bigger. And it's really about cutting down on the loop time. Because the issue that I saw a lot in my game was that I was building on a planet and then I ran out of stuff on the planet. And then I check the orbit and see, oh, okay, it's kind of coming in. And then you wait for the next batch to come in because it's somewhere under a milk run. Then it drops it off. And then I continue building, but I still miss more. I'm out of beacons. It didn't bring enough beacons. Too bad. Then now I have to sit and wait for 15 minutes before it comes back. I'd like it to be 5 minutes. Otherwise, I have to go in and control it. I totally understand why if you don't like this multi interrupt. It has also gotten a little bit out of hand. But it does cut down on a lot of that because most of the time we have to make this because of the extreme case, the edge case of what if something is not there. But the normal case is, oh, I'm running out of beacons. Go to Volcanus, pick up beacons, come back. Okay, cool. Oh, I'm running out of electromagnetic plants. Go to Fulgora, come back. It's very rare that it'll actually trigger multiple things at once. But that's the edge case handling. And now it goes back. So as long as there's only one, if there's two of them that don't have anything, then it will bounce between the two. That's just how it is. Yeah. Had one ship parked at each planet for fast deliveries. Yeah, but that's manual. We don't do manual in this game. It's kind of an automation game for a reason. So no, not an option. This one will be parked. There'll be one parked over each planet with an inbound request from each of the planets. That's how it's going to be. How do we do with the? How do we do the? Yeah. How would we do the Aquilo ship? Because going round trip is okay. So let's see what's going to happen now. Then it goes in and then it goes back to Fulgora because that's the one that doesn't exist. So if I do this, it'll just not trigger anything. Once this one gets done, then it'll go with another cycle. I want to see this get done here. Yeah, manual's only for player and also for sort of emergencies because, you know, they're going to happen. Boop, 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 boop. Come on. Get that green light going. It's the ammo. Okay, almost. There we go. So now it's in a steady state. What is more likely to happen is that I'm sitting on Navis. Damn. Oh, right, it's not 0. Damn. Yeah. Go. What the hell's going on? Satisfaction is 10 out of 20 on the planet, available on planet. Available on planet 10, but didn't I just say that I wanted more on Novice? Or did I not? Oh. I hate this. Because this is not how it works. Why just do that? Why are you doing that? It's the worst thing. Ah. Gets that. Gets this. And then it triggers and goes back to Volcanus to pick up some more. Yeah. Cool. Right. How are we going to do this for an Aquilo ship? Or more likely, how are we going to design the Aquilo ship? So should we design the Aquilo ship now? So the worst thing is when you need one electromagnetic and the ship is sitting on Volcanus picking up 4,000 belts, then grabs the EM plant and then it's back to you. Then when it's back you need 4,001 belts. Huh? Oh, right. So the first time chatter here, another interrupt going to Navis, which is triggered by any other interrupt. Yeah, but then it's no longer generic then. Okay, so we want to go to... I actually think I want to take a look at my previous one and just... Aquilo ship. I need to call it something better, right? Freighters are the internal ones, and then the frigates have... Right, I like, or is it Corvette? I like a Corvette. Corvette is nice. Because it should kind of look like a Corellian Corvette. There we go. So here I'm going to put in the existing one. This is so cute. Oh, it's so cute. That's not so cute. Outer planet freighter. Boom. Well, walls have to go. Let's see. There we go. So that one's heating up, but it's not gonna work because we don't have any. Yeah, so let's get some of this. There we go. Oh, this is not hot warm enough, so... God, I'm bad at this. Okay, let's get this back online until this one is warm enough. So I wanted to build this as a really slim ship for no reason. Also, this is using higher quality than I want to design with. So let's have a look at what we think of this compared to what else I have. This one is still storing things inside, which I'm not really sure I like that. Got a ship blueprint? Yes, this is my old ship blueprint, but I'm not sure that this... I'm looking at it to evaluate whether this is what I want to keep. Let's have a look at the... Oops, the medium freighter. I think this width is better. So 2 on the side and a little bit more, right? And I actually think this... I need more storage for the bigger ship, for the next ship. And... I may need more storage up front. Yeah, I don't think I want to change this ship. I think I want to build it again. So let's do... this is the... This one, this name should be... Hold. And I think I called it a frigate, right? Hold Outer Planet. That's the old name of it, ish. But I need a new one, and that one will be the Aquilo. Isn't there only one L in Aquilo? I think so. I think it's a Corvette. Build it. Good. So, Aquilo Corvette. Hello. Well, what do we want? We want this. Oh, just go out of map mode. Right. Does the ship need so much power, or could you get away with less? You could get away with less, but... Oh, I already have it. Yeah, okay. But this one is actually soon catching up here, so... Power-wise... does use a little bit more. Also because I would want to explore options for this. We can actually assume productivity 3, I think. I still want ammo up front, and I want power and fuel below. I'd love to see a 2-reactor build, have power be trivial. I don't think that's actually... I understand what you're saying. I don't think that's the right thing to do. Because this is generating 40 megawatts, which should be sufficient. Because it's kind of pain in the ass to actually get 40 out of this. You need a lot more than is comfortable to make. Each of these are 10, and then I need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. These are... what are they? 5.8. 5.8 times 6. 7? Yeah. So like this. But it's now also important that they share this part. So this is the size we need for a small power plant. This is the smallest power plant that actually generates 40 megawatt of power. It's not trivial. About these ships, why do you have thrusters staggered and not in a line? That's just how thrusters work. So if I do this, then I have to manage the inputs and outputs for each of these, and because they're not, and you can't flip them. But if I do it like this, then I only have to feed in the oxidizer or the fuel from here, and then it spreads that way. And therefore, when we have the V shape, then I just have to put it in from the middle, and then it goes out the other sides. So that's why. But not fully utilizing it saves on nuclear fuel launches. Small price for reduced maintenance. Sure, but it also caps the number of inputs and outputs I have available from this one, right? So if I do this and then also say, oh yeah, but I want 2, then it's a lot of space I use that it could be used for something else. And yeah, it gets me more power. Now it gets Why does it 0 from neighborhood bonus? It's 100 per neighborhood bonus, right? Yes. So this is 40 plus 40 plus times 2. So this is 160 megawatt, which is way too much. This is sufficient. I don't think we're going to get to 40 megawatts, even with beacons and modules. But this, you can also see that this is kind of a shitty shape here. Shitty shape. Yeah. Like, what am I going to use this space for? Nothing. Like, it's a lot of wasted space here. And we also need for this to have some fuel here. That's not it. Let's need some power here. Going to look at things that are not powered. There we go. So you make 2.5. You can do 1 and produce 20. And this one is using 10. Yeah, I need 40 water coming out here. That's 2 of these, or it's modules. That's 40. And why is this such a weird number? 10.3? Why is it 10.3? Is that really it? 10.3? Why is it 10.3? What an awful number. So you need 10.3 in order to make the 40 megawatt. Is it possible to acid neutralization? No. That's why. Yeah, it used to be 103. Yeah, it did. But they condensed it, which is good. But this is still a problem because that means that one of them can no longer solve this. Like 40 is technically not enough because it's 10 points. So this would be underperforming a little bit. Whatever is my intuitive attitude towards it. I'm also thinking that this is where the belt goes. For example. Then this would also be fine to put. Or even that would be fine. But no. It's for example. I'm not sure this is right, but whatever. This is. We still have a lot of dead space here. That's maybe like too much detail planning right now, so let's not do that. So this power plant, I'm not super happy about it, to be honest. It doesn't look good. It doesn't feel good. It doesn't sort of anything. There's also an option of just doing it more flat, like this. That might actually be nicer to do this. Almost. Music, please. It's not the worst music. Which size are the asteroid chunks? No one knows. Inside. Fuck. Easy. Always an option, or always a solution. And it even has sort of the right sequence. But this might not be the worst thing, right? See, this is a problem. Because the last one is not connected. This one here is not connected. There's no outlet there. They'd have to go all the way over to this one. And then there's dead space here. No, not there. Yeah. That could work, or this could work. Yeah. Least bad option. This one's not necessary, so it could actually be... Dude, look at that storage. You aren't married to the fully utilized reactor or exchanges. You might as well do 2 reactors and make a nice looking array rather than a ratioed one. Then at least you can plan for a bigger power draw if you're going big for foundries. Yeah, let's start with this one. I understand what you're saying. I'm not there. Just want this one to sort of get started and figure out what we can do from here. So I like this ish. Heat pipe broken? No, it's fine. It comes out from this corner and it comes out there, so it should be fine. There you go. 2 reactors will consume double the fuel. No, they will not. But they will consume more space here, which may or may not be a problem. I haven't figured that out yet. But let's have this one as a working solution, and then work on the next one. Yeah, and that's gonna be up here. So what we, oops. Yes. Okay. I might need more storage because it's a long way out there, so let's do that. Water pipe broken. Yes, that is definitely true. And also no water storage, but yeah, no. We can always put a water storage over here if we need it, if we feel like it. So that's like this, for example. That would be fine. Is this the Aquilo ship? Yes, it will be the Aquilo ship. So what we need to do is, oops. I'm going to try to make it a slim ship, but I don't know if that makes a lot of sense. So, there. So, what I need to do is, well, let's have a look at the other one. And then, the one that actually has some. So, like, this is a neat little build. It is surprisingly functional. Do these have any conditions on? No? Yeah, this is surprisingly functional. Which is a good thing. So let me try to steer this. Let's have a look at it and strip down all the stuff that isn't really necessary here. No. So we just need water and explosives, and that means we get this one. So we need to get the carbon here. This is going to be really slow unless it has beacons. 0.5. This is consuming 0.4, 0.4. Okay, there's something weird. Was there a beacon nearby? No, there's no beacon nearby. Is that really the speed that we're making this with? There you go. Nuclear reactor going. I'm using iron here. Yeah, this all looks good. These are, I think beacons are time for beacons here. This hits. Not you. Damn. Such a crisp build, this part here. Like, this jump. But you're not affected by beacon. Woo! Silver Cecil! It's so tight. I can't really make it any better than this. And this one was also here. Was then the carbon on the outside. No, it was right hand side direction of travel, carbon here. There we go, like that. Carbon goes out, so that's... Yes. You're fine, and that will also be productivity. Or maybe I should look at this as productivity. Should I assume this productivity level? I think so. Let's do that. Okay, so what do we now have? We have now... way oversupply of that. Let's see. This is a problem because this is not moduled. And I kind of want it sort of in the middle here. This one is not allowed to have productivity modules in, because then it messes up the ratio between these. So you produce 1.25. This is consuming 0.5, 0.5. So this can produce enough to support these two. Good. That means these can work at full speed. That's 1.33. This one is consuming less than 1.33. Wow. Wow. Don't like this one here. It's viable, but whatever. Input, input, output, output, somehow. I'm way overproducing here. What can we do about that overproduction? More beacons, more speed modules. $133, $125, $1.4. Okay, so green modules in the beacons. That's something I never do, but then this is not fast enough. Yeah, but that could be. How fast do I need this to be? Twice as fast. Now it's producing 1, and this is consuming... Yeah, there's a microscopic deficit. Okay, and this is producing 1.5, and then... Still not even close enough to do this. Not even close, but does it have to? This does not look good. Like, way too many speed beacons. Or speed modules. That doesn't look good. This is now certainly fast enough. Honestly, this is 0.8. This is affected by that beacon, this is affected by that beacon, and that actually goes pretty close to where I want to be. But it's now a much bigger thing. The question is then, does it have to be this? Right? Like this part here. Maybe it doesn't have to be this fast. This is 0.8, 0. Okay, yeah. This is might be better. 0.78, 0.84. So microscopic change. So maybe I do one more. Nope. Maybe I. That's perfect ratio. No, wrong one. How much? It's plus 70% power. That's probably not so bad. This is consuming 0.33, 0.33, and this one has enough for that. Yeah. How do I connecting in extra fluid catches for a kilo? It's pretty long way for normal pipes with heat involved. What? Fluid patches. Connecting in extra fluid patches on a Quillo. Fluid patches. How do you like? Oh, I just take the nearest one. Productivity will deal with it. Ah, right. Okay, yeah. So I did trains, and that was a huge effort to set up. It was really cool to do. It wasn't necessary. If you just focused on some productivity gains, then it becomes a little bit silly. So, for example, in my mega base with 1 million signs per minute, I need one pump jack for fluorine, one pump jack for brine, and 2 pump jacks for oil. That's it. Like it's completely ridiculous how little you need in the end game. So when you, and this is for 1 million signs per minute. So yeah. Okay. There's also an option of doing this. If that makes something better. I don't know. Maybe it does. I really love this design, so I'm kind of keen on seeing if we can make it work. Because now this could be a thing. That would make it easier on this side here. Yeah. That's a thing. I like. It's not. None of this is going to be too fast for this. Is it? It is actually. This one will be too fast. Damn. Yeah, this can't keep up with 4.3. It doesn't quite need that much, but it's not keeping up. Testing, testing. Why are you no explosives? Oh, right, that one. It's kind of gauging to see if this can keep up. I don't think so, but let's see. No. Why can I not keep? See, this works, but where's my water coming in then? No. There's no way for me to sneak it in here somewhere. Filter missing on the delete box. Oh, right, that's true. Still pretty slow. Like I like the design, it just doesn't work, which kind of makes it a less valid and good design. This one is also not actually producing enough. This is only producing 1.74. So all of this is completely junk. Like you can't keep up with this one, so if this can't keep up, then all of this is completely irrelevant. Because it's going to be constrained by this one, and I don't think we can expect this to be going faster than what we have here. Also low power? Is it? No? Well. That'll go for a bit. Now, certainly not low power anymore, right? No, good stuff. Why has it stopped? The water, yeah. Okay, so the water I'm not really sure how to solve. The whole point of this part was to be able to solve it. Maybe we can do something like this then. It doesn't really take more space because you can also just bring this one in from the side if I want to. So yeah, let's do that. Start over. I like this coil design, I think. So I need to figure out how much this is actually producing. This is only 20% productivity. Oh, hold on. We are also going to have some of this productivity gain here. Not a lot, but we will have some. $50, right? That's expected. We can expect to have 50% productivity here. I think that's fine. Okay. Now this is producing 2.4, so we don't really know because this is going to be depending on how fast this or how much productivity you have. But if I have 2.4 and this one is consuming 4.8, so the whole thing is constrained by this one. So I have 0.87 and then I divide it by how much it wants, 4.37, and then I multiply by how much it can get, 2.46. That means I have 0.48 of this. How do I do that? Okay, so I just do the next one. This one is, I have 0.84 times 2.
Our illustrious champion returns.
Yes?
Welcome.
Hey, Memstick! Thank you for the tier 3. A glorious tier 3. 1.68. Thank you very much. Then from here, I divide it by how much I want. And then I multiply by how much I have. So it's 1.26 explosives per second. And one explosive is one rocket. So I'm going to be making 1.26 rockets per second. And that is twice as much iron. 1.26? Okay. I don't know. That's probably fine. Yeah, it must be fine. Good. Happy. So this is a module that we can use. Then somehow I need to hook it up to something. Like it would be neat to just hook it up to this one, right? That would be like this, and then it would be this outbound. Okay, so that's actually also a that's surprisingly valid. This one's probably gonna go the other way, so it comes from the top. Okay, so what do I need? I need iron in here, and then I probably need some water. So the next thing I want to do is figure out how many of these damn things. Ooh, this could be a little sexy thing here. Abnormal, thank you for the 54. It's a long time. Really appreciate all the both the new and the long time supporters. So that one and that one. Good. This is not much, but it is affected by one beacon, so that's something. It could be affected by no more beacons, unfortunately. Damn. No. Now this is affected by one, this is affected by one, so it doesn't make a difference. Richie, thank you for the 19 months. Hype, indeed. Maybe a little bit of hype.
Welcome home.
And let's get this one. You're making up. Undo theory, thank you for the 3 months. Ooh, close to a train triggering.
Greatly appreciated.
So this one can easily produce enough, as long as it has what it needs. But the question is if this is even enough. What if I... will that increase? No, it actually decreases, which is really bad. Damn. Funny how I didn't even see that this was a viable option. And Grumbo, thank you for the 43 months. And thanks to Memsticks tier 3, I think that counts as 9 subs in total, like 5 from Memstick and 3 more normal subs. So that should be almost level 1. Level 1 is 10 subs. Okay. How much was this? This is 1.26 rockets per second, which is twice as much, so that's 2.5 iron per second. And this one is now producing 13 iron, so that's like 10 excess iron we have. If we take those 10 excess iron and put them into this one, how much does that give us? Divided by 5. Oh, that's not much. There we go. So that's the remaining 10. That means you get 2.5 ammo per second. That's not much. I don't know what number I want. Well, actually, let's figure it out. Hey! Casian Servet, thank you for the Prime. Welcome, brand new subscriber. Sorry for butchering your name. Let's have a look at the old outer planet freighter and then see how much this is producing. This one is happy with 2 per second. Interesting. So 2 per second might actually be enough. That's interesting. That's surprising. Ooh, I like this. Somehow. Kind of want to do the same thing. I like that. So you're going to go out on this belt. You're going to go straight in, but you're also going to go out afterwards. Are you kidding me how awesome that is? Crazy. Okay, so now I need to go from this one. Yeah, next up we have this one's fine, but I can't really get the other one in easily because this is not enough space. Then I have to move you, and then I have to move you, and then, you know, the whole thing comes kind of crashing down. Could this work with only lasers and rocket turrets? Nope, it cannot. Because you're gonna have to spend 32 million on the last upgrade for the laser damage to make it viable. So, nope. Plus, you really need more power than a nuclear power plant for just consistent laser. So, no. 60 seconds left on our train. Well, we get to a level 1 train, but let's see. 15 subs to get to level 2. This is also an option. But then... Ah, but this might be an option. Oh, yes. There you go. Oh, this is interesting. Because this is that one. Which means you're gonna go in here with the calcite, which is all fine and good and stuff. But then what about the ice? Oh, but that's wasted. No. Couldn't that go into becoming this part? Right? Thanks for level 1 hype train. Thank you. If I do this, it falls out of beacon range. Ugh. This is maximum beaconage. Oh, this is also maximum beaconage on the other side, so it actually has to be... It has to be here, which means this has to be a simple version. Swing and a miss. So this is good. Gets the iron in here, 24. This is plenty to get this. Oh, this is no longer, but it's still sufficient. Yeah, 93 and 40. Hype train success. Oh well. There you go. Why rocket build gem? Why? Because we want to go to Aquilo. We need to get some rockets to go to Aquilo. That's why. This one is really slow. 0.47. Oh, it's still plenty. So now comes the next part, and that is, how are we going to do about you? What? Oh, right. Why is it jamming? Oh, right. Okay. Because we're not getting iron inbound. Because that's the stuff we messed with. How much water does this take? 15. So it's something. This can produce enough, but it will require to get 1 per second, which it won't get. I mean, this would be so freaking beautiful if it worked, but it doesn't, unfortunately. It's the weirdest thing. Yeah, that's what I want. Just wanted to sort of go something fast, so it always works, right? Skip that music. This will be running at about a quarter speed because of this will be dictated, which means this is not going to have enough water. And that means I need another water supplier here, which will only be working sometimes. But this one has to be capped here. Only enable when, oops, this one has to tell, read, oh, yeah, read content, yes. Ice cubes less than 5. Okay. Yeah, now you're jammed because the other one just put it in here. Cool, now what? You're not getting out because... I don't think that needs to go out here. We can get it out somewhere else. Now I have the issue that I can't put out on this belt. I need 1 tile more. Oh, I don't need this anymore. And I don't need this. Ah! Come on. Swing, damn you. Yes, good. So this one's still idling. Now it's going. Because this one was idle. Good. Okay, so this works. This filter works. That's pretty cool if it works. It doesn't though, but... it actually does. This feels like it's not really keeping up. It looks fine. So this is a good build. It doesn't take as much space as I had kind of hoped. There you go. Now the issue with this is that it doesn't quite use the space very efficiently. No cryogenic plant for explosives. This is the ship that goes to Aquilo, so you get the cryogenic plant at Aquilo, so that would not be possible. This might also be a problem. I think this whole thing has to be mirrored somehow. Like this. Yeah, good. Or was that actually supposed to be on the other side? Yeah, it was supposed to be on the other side. Still doesn't work. No, still not. There. Whatever. I just need to have some kind of flow here. Oh. Oh. Hmm. Do I need a separate belt for this? Yeah, no modern foundry. I'm aware. Not really necessary here. Yeah, I really want to get rid of this. There we go. Hmm. So the advantage of this is now that it comes out here. But then my next question is, how do I get double-sided things here out on one side of the belt? Ugh, that kind of... That may be something like this, where I have to filter it. And then I have to build... There. And this one. Let's filter on rockets. And then only enable when rockets is less than, I don't know, let's say 100 for now. Like this. Because the issue now is that I don't want this to be overfilling. If I just junk it into the belt, then eventually it'll be overflowing with one or the other. But which one? I don't know. So we need to make sure that they don't block each other's production because they are hard-coded on either side of the belt. This is totally not what we see now. Yeah. That goes on that side, which is the opposite of you, which is not good. So... I think that actually works. Yes. Interesting. Now that just feels wrong to me. There you go. Like, if this is on the top belt, then it should also go on the top here. Then makes much better sense. Good. And they're now both coded as in correct. These ones are obviously going to have issues putting it out here. Whatever. Yeah, break. Okay. Okay, so this works. We're just a little bit cautious about some of the things here, like a little bit cautious. Does this even work? No, it does not. This can't be turned like this. It'll have to be there. Now it works, but I need to delete that. Interesting. Right. Question is also, do we think that having just one loop around is going to be sufficient? Let's take a short break and then come back in 2 minutes. Be back in a bit. welcome back. And sorry I missed your question, Major Yoda. If you are in Finland or in Russia, then yes. Otherwise, no. How's that for an answer? So, basically, the answer is I'm going to stream it tomorrow in 21 hours. So, if you are in Finland or Russia, then it is already tomorrow. And therefore, it'll be yes. Otherwise, no. Technically CEST right now. Question regarding quality. Are there going to be masterclass specific videos, or should we simply go back to all the videos? There will be specific videos about quality. It's very deliberate that I've only sort of shown how to make quality modules, because that's the only thing I really want to do now. Like quality modules and a few other quality things, which is just like have the assembler on Navis that sets up let me just show you. Like there are a few things that I've set up to quality, or that I am setting up to quality, like that one. Solar panels, just make it into quality if you can. And then we get a little bit. And then I would also say, where the hell is that? Didn't I have like, this one, the U-Hub. This one also put productivity, put quality modules in here. And then, yeah, when you get to the yellow ones, then you upgrade it, obviously. And then when you get to the next one, upgrade this. Like those are the ones I would put quality. Maybe here as well. They actually already put it in here, so this is quite neat. So this is already included with the level that you're at. Yeah, so that's how I'm doing that right now. This one is just making it the first basic modules that we need, but then it get replaced with something on Volcanus, like all things. Yeah, so this is that's the things that I want to make quality right now. And then on Volcanus, I've set up the design for. Or maybe that's not even in this design. The stupid version controls I have for this. But anyway, I do have it. There. That one. See? It's there. Quality modules. Ta-da! I don't know why that's not researched in this. Look, it's here. Yeah, I have a masterclass for that. I guess this one also should be researched. And this one, and then we're gonna make a little leap of faith here. There we go. So that we can assume that we make it. So I'm kind of a little bit ahead because I want to do the stuff for Aquilo, or the spaceship for Aquilo. Yeah. Oh, right, like this. I'm just going to make a little bit better control of this. So less than 100. That's a little bit better way of doing it. Okay. Now they're all red, and that's good because then it can go in here. And then if we look at the actual build content, that's totally not what I want. 260. So what do I have on each? So I have 400. So I could say this one could go up to 200, and then this one could also go up to 200. That's a really small buffer. That doesn't feel safe, does it? Like, if we only have a buffer of 200. It'd be much safer if I could put it in here and then... I mean, technically I could actually get it in here, since this is kind of a useless point. I could just break this in here and then... It's just a very small buffer here. It's 201. Oh, stack inserters. Thank you. We are assuming stack inserters. That's a great point. Ah, everything suddenly got better. Because we do have that now. Good. That stacks it to stack arenas here. They're not like overly expensive. Like they are definitely just get them. As soon as you get them, that's 6,000 signs. Just get done with it. Get on with it. And of course we are then gonna change this to 400, 800, 600. Oops. We start by just inventing magical stuff here. So this one gets going. Oh, this... Oh, right. Power is kind of shit here. Oops. As in, I have no idea why there's even still power. Oh, this one got a little bit... Yeah. Ooh, oh, right. There's a little bit of power here. Yeah, yeah, yeah. There we go. Sorry. Honestly curious, is switching games midstream normal for other streamers, and does it bring value? Oh, that's an interesting question. I know a handful of streamers who have always done scheduled game swaps. It's more for the sanity of the audience. Yeah, that's the... Okay, so I think it works. I think I can find two good use cases why it makes sense. You're playing a really stressful game, like you're playing competitive League of Legends, and then you play that for a couple of hours and you're just exhausted, and then you chill with some other game for a while. That could make sense. I think another part of it is also the people who are streaming 8 hours a day. Then there might be like a lot of just sitting and watching Factorio for 8 hours, or sitting playing Factorio for 8 hours. Like, I don't see the problem, but whatever. Then it might be like, oh, then we'll play a little bit of Hollow Knight, and then we'll play a little bit of Factorio, then we're going to play a little bit of something else. Oh, hello, kitty. He can come say hi when I'm chatting. Hello. Has he said why nuclear instead of acid neutralization like a volcano? Yes, because the acid neutralization doesn't work. That's why. It doesn't work in space, so pretty good reason. And the second reason why is because of sponsorship. So you might, for example, in my case, if I get a sponsorship for some random Raid Shadow Legends, but I'm paid by a number of clicks, then I might be like, oh, let's play some Factorio, and then after 2 hours of Factorio, when the viewership is good, then I'll be switching over to Raid Shadow Legends for the sponsored stream, because I've sort of promised them X number of click-throughs and something like that, or I get paid for a number of views or whatever, and then I'll play that for the sponsored amount and then go back to the regular schedule program. So it can be in terms of sort of sponsorships, or it can be sort of for retaining, I would say more like their own sanity for sort of changing games. And it could also just be like wrist thing. If you're playing, I don't know, Path of Exile 8 hours a day, well, you just... Hello, carpal tunnel syndrome. So maybe just play that for a couple of hours and then go like, okay, now we're gonna play some chess. I don't know, something. So that would make sense. So oh, it's a very cuddly little cat. He's eating me. He's just tasting me to see if I drop dead, if he's gonna eat me or not. Is that what you do? Yeah, I think that's what you do. You're just being very cuddly about it, like, yeah, just gonna taste to see if you're good. You're worth it to eat. Oh, but look at him. He's so cuddly. It's gonna be a rough day tomorrow. I have someone coming over who is allergic to cats. So, yeah. You are so cuddly. What a cute cuddlebug. That's of course me. And the cat is cute as well, right? Okay, so I like this, but it has like kind of the wrong shape. It could be a little wider and it would be better, or it could be a little slimmer and it would be better, because it's kind of dead space here, and yeah. So let's see. Ooh, are you just gonna stay here? Yeah, he's not going anywhere. So I guess we should look at how we want to do the front, because now we actually have to build the front. And we don't want the front to fall off. There. Oops. Okay. Loving it. Can you rotate the build by 90 degrees counterclockwise? Yes, but then it doesn't work. Because I won't be able to... This up here is going to be used for our defenses. So we're going to get some defenses up here. And we're going to get some rockets as well. There, now we have a little bit more space. So basic formula is... That's definitely not what I want. Just that one. Shift. Okay, so how many can we put here? That's odd. Right? 6. Let's see how many we have on the old ship, because I don't really understand. I don't really remember. But since the old ship actually works, then I have 8 up front and a little bit down the side here. Okay. So 6 up front is probably not enough. I'm not really sure about the size of this ship. Yeah, can you say goodbye to everyone? Yeah, we're gonna get some cuddles afterwards. We're gonna watch one of the last episodes of Succession, and then we can sit and cuddle. You okay? Is that a plan for us? Look, it's Lion King. Oh, cute little one. Well, that actually makes me the monkey, doesn't it? This is a neat build. I don't like that it's cascading so much. That makes sense. I can see some games being stressful and nice to break. Looking at you, Night Rain. Yeah, Night Rain and anything that's sort of high intensity. Okay, so here's another thing. Do I like this spacing? Because right now it feels like this space here is kind of dead. Like, on the one hand, it's nice to have the ability to put that here, but is that really necessary? Like, I could also just say, well, wherever we want it, we might want to get it a little bit closer. But on the other hand, it is really hard to get it slimmer than this location, right? But that kind of makes this whole thing here a little bit useless. Like this space here. This is so simple, right? Is there really anything more to it? Like, I don't really think so. Where are we getting resources in? Oh, right, that's probably... Is there any more to it? Yes, there is more to it. Thank you. Again, let's look at the old one to see how many we got. 2 facing front and 2 on the side. That seems really okay. We are going to do this one. Right, so overlap between these two. Yes, there's a good overlap in the middle. And then I'm also going to take another one out here. And here. And then let's just see what options we have. Seems fine to me. No! No! I can't. No! No! There we go. No one saw that. Again, square front. Because why not? So awful. It looks so bad. But hey, it's a thing. And of course we need the controls and stuff, but we're not really there yet because there's still some issues here. We'll just put you down here. So, well, the next question is, what are we going to use the spare capacity for? Is there anything we can compact? Is there any kind of thing we can use this dead space for? I don't know. Like, there's so much dead space everywhere. this would be a thing, for example. Not really super important, but it would allow us to just get like very basic defenses in here. Not really. Really? So it's almost ready. Like these 6 here, I'm not really so happy about it. Strong explosives, that definitely needs a few upgrades. Because over here, a couple of those. Yeah, let's get to 10. I think that's fine, please. How much damage does that do? Oh, we also need to set targets here. Boom, 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 boom. Which ones are we shooting at? It's the big one. This is the railgun one, so it's the... There. And also ignore other targets, yes. And these have to be small ones. I'm focusing on these, right? There. Ignore unlisted targets. Good. Then I can, of course, take this thing and smash it down here. I'm just trying to think if there's something we could do better, because it just feels like there's a lot of dead space compared to our Prometheum ship. The Prometheum ship is really crisp, but this one's like, nah, whatever. Yeah, maybe. Let's think. It has to come up from the outside. Yeah, so let's put it here for now. I could also go down here. And now you're going to be homeless again. I mean, do I like it? I like it if I could also put it over here, but I don't think I can. Could it ever happen that the crusher that generates calcite gets backed up by ice if the ship is traveling somewhere without big asteroids? Rockets get backed up and stops using water, then it stops producing ammo. Right, great point. Yes, it could. Will it? I don't know, and I don't think so. But I think you're right that it could. Like right now. Great point. So this one has to have some kind of constraint from here that says if this is over 10, because it really shouldn't be over 10. Right? Is this... Interesting. Okay. I like it. So let's say I'm just filling this one up. And then we are consuming some stuff. You're working. And this one is demanding. Outputting, but it's not really getting out there because you still have tons of that. 12. You have 12 here. Shouldn't you activate? Why does it not activate now? Disabled by control behavior. Oh, it's not. Oh, right, because it's not reading the content. There we go. Then it just kind of lowers it. As long as this one is here, yeah. Thank you, Mr. Wobbly Man. Great. This is the kind of thing that I miss. When are beacons? Because it doesn't need beacons. That's the thing, right? I don't think it needs beacons, so... I would love to have a better setup for this. Like, this bothers me that it should be coming out here. Right, this thing here should be up there. Right, so that it gets right in. It's the same thing. It just wastes more time. Yay. Or makes more space. But then we have this area here for something. I'm just really looking at this because now if you look at it, this part here is kind of the same, but not like this is kind of the same, kind of. So I'm kind of thinking, can I do the same thing? No, because this is a little build of stuff. This is 2, this needs 3, this is enough. What if I do that? That'll still be enough and I'll use less. So we'll do that. No. Power. These are rather expensive, so... Okay, so that's power taken care of. Yes, 1000 degrees. Don't need that. I need this one to be filtered to you. And I also need this one to be requesting, and also this one to be 0. And oh yeah, power. Regulate this one. This one should be, first of all, stack size 1, and it should only be enabled when temperature is less than 600. And you reading temperature. So it's disabled. Good. Leave space for asteroid converter. Oh, that's brilliant. Thank you. That's the one I always forget. The asteroid converter. Mm-hmm. Yes. Do we have a nice one? Must have a nice one here. Yeah, we kind of shuffled it a little bit around, so we have some of it here and somewhere something else. That one. And the last one is here. And Ah, now it looks so much more like it's on purpose that I have this dead space. Thank you. And 120? No way. Yeah, okay, but that's there's also room for more. Hold on. Yeah, you're inputting up to 100. Yes, okay. That needs to be changed. So I am inclined to do this because I don't know what else to do. It doesn't need to be like this, but I could also just put some... Oh, wrong side belt. Yes, that's true. Oof. Mm-hmm. This one? And actually the good news about this one is that now I actually have room to tell if they're enabled, which is really nice. Which one is enabled? So that is green. No. It's the other way around. There. That's fine. So the green one is the ones that converge. Okay. Nice. Yeah, don't need rocket swords for the side attacks. Great point, great point. But that could be done like here and here. But that's... Yep. And then we need it down here as well. So let's... We're sort of wrapping up the top of the ship and then we're going to go down here. But I think this is a good place. There's just exactly room for it. But it's a good point that we need a little bit down here. I don't know if this is enough. It's a little bit short for Stormtrooper. There's also the option I could do something like, oops, this, and then get you sort of all the way out. Ooh, that's actually not awful. That is awful for this one, though. No, there's nothing. It's fine. It's just it just needs to read the belt. Oh, so much nicer. Goody goody. Yes, I like it. Very square. Little bit of dead space, but whatever. Well, actually somewhere I have to set up how much I should collect for everything, so that's another of my little controls. So that one we can find somewhere. Where are your controls? This is the launch condition. Oh, ready launch condition is definitely a thing. And where is the how much do you pick up? Where is that? It is somewhere on the red wire. Oh, it comes from here. Okay, cool. This is a bigger ship, so we'll do it this way. And I then also need to have rockets listed here. So this is our benchmark. I think we also need more fuel before we dare leave, because I don't want to be stranded out there. And then max speed is 250. We'll do that. So these are all my controls here. I think there are 3 types of controls. Right? No. Kind of. These 4 are the ones that actually have to be true to be green. And then this one. One more condition. That one. There. And water. Don't know if I need... It's funny that I have water in here because that's not a thing that I have highlighted as a true condition. But maybe it will be. Anyway, that one is... We're gonna get that in from the side, right? Yes. So that tells us we still need something out here, and that's here. Yeah, good. Do we want to collect down here? Not really. You could collect from here, maybe. But not really from the other side. Okay, well, actually, we could collect here. Not important. Do need to... Maybe that has to compete a little bit against a rocket launcher. I love designing spaceships. I think it's such a rewarding thing. Like, everything is just like tinker, 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 a little bit here, and then a little bit, and then sort of the front is starting to look nice, and yeah, you know. And then we get down here to the launch facility, or that one. And I guess since the ship is the same size as my medium, then we can probably do the same thing. Could we just take exactly the same thing here? Almost. Exactly the same. Almost. Right? I mean, I could just do this. Done. Need a little bit of rocket launch, but it's not awful. The output of the crunchers don't work. Nope, they do not. Then we'll hurry up and undo. How does that not work? Didn't I? How does it work here? Here, this is on the inside. That's fine. It's the same. It should work. Because it is outputting on the inside. Yes. What's the problem? Yeah, it does work. Oh, at the reactor? Oh, right, this one doesn't work. Yeah, you're right, absolutely right. That output does not work. It can get to work, I guess. Not pretty, though. Is there another way? Yes, there is another way. There could also be like this. Right-hand side in the direction of travel is... Ah, the wrong one. Shit. Damn. It's stuck. Damn, that would be so nice that I could place it here. Oh, okay, that's not really what I wanted. What if I move it one up? Then there's still no other options. No. This is the closest it could be, but then it would completely block off anything else. Any exit, yeah. So it has to be here. Can't see other ways. And this gives us a little bit down here. Yeah, I think we have to kill some of this. This idea somehow has to go. That's not bad. But it's also just not doable over here because I'm missing one tile. One tile. Oh, no. This is actually out and this is out. So that's not a problem. Okay, so we could actually see now this one is less appetizing. On top also inserts into an underground. That's workable. This one I have to kill because this keeps... Keep it there. That one and that one. Maybe I'll have one down here. Like this should be enough to kill incoming, right? It's a little close, but I think it might work. I kind of like this. It's, yeah. I could move it one tile down just by doing this. Because this will rarely fire, but so why not? Oh, we also have an issue with these. Oh, you wanted here. This one here, just for sheer principle, but it's not happening. That one, though, can definitely happen. Yes. I'm killing you now, so... Like this. We have a little bit of dead space here. And that's it, right? It's a nice one. We don't collect from the bottom here. We also need to get this line and this line, so... I need to carry this, oops, this green line down here. It's gonna be a little bit tricky. Nope, it's not. Yeah. Right, so this works. I just got after comment. This is the Aquilo ship. Yes, this is the new Aquilo ship. This one could be a little bit more aggressive. Right? maybe not. We also have water. So now the next part I need to do is figure out all of these circuits. Like this circuit is dead. That one. This is not doing anything. Oh, it's reading. Why is it reading? Oh, this is the one place where it's actually reading. I don't want that. And this is just a jump. So, jump point. So, I need to get... I have to see on the medium freighter. What are we doing here? We are setting only the green inbound. That's it. The red one is going out to these, actually. Huh. Could that also not be on a green one? I'd love that instead of having it. Okay. So there's actually like 2 networks. So we have to keep that, which kind of makes sense to only have it on different colors, but I guess I'm not doing that. I need to get this icon inbound here. And there's nothing to grab hold of here. Good. Ooh, now I'm monitoring both this and this. But they're not actually the same water network.
Our illustrious champion returns.
Maybe they should be.
Welcome home.
Could they be? Ooh, now we're getting into some interesting stuff. And Reptilian, thank you for 32 months. Well, I mean, it's not completely off. Whoop, and then I lost that one. Yeah. I really needed to get in here. Technically, this could work. But no. It could still work. No, cannot still work. Shoot. Hello, great design. Just to remove hard-coded amount in asteroid converter condition, you can drag separate red circuits from constant combinator. It's in the previous design, medium freighter. Yes, thank you, Mbika. Yeah, I think that's a good idea. Well, there is a water box here, and there's a water box here. I technically don't need both. Right? Or if I do, then it could be there. So now I'm monitoring the water. Is that good? Okay, so that goes up, monitor the water, and go in. That means... Oh, no, I just messed everything up, didn't I? Because now I don't need this part. Right? I'm going to screw myself over now. I know it. And... and... couldn't I then... Yeah, I could at least get this one in. No, because it has to be like that. Which is not happening. Or is it? Okay, I'm just starting something stupid. No, I'm not, because it's midnight. Yeah. Hello, Mirage. Yeah, so tomorrow we're going to be playing some... I'm actually going to undo. What did I just undo? Redo additional green wire. Yeah, we want the connection there. Alright, this works. Don't fix it if it ain't broken. So we just need a little bit of wire, but I think this is actually working. And it has the same square format as the other one. It has defenses. And it has controls and everything. It doesn't have the whole circuit control yet, but that can be there. But we'll continue on this next Sunday, and I will also next week on for the masterclass there will be the last of the stuff on Gleba, and then it'll be the spaceships, and then it'll be the logistics, I think, and then we'll go on to Aquilo, which I think will be still be able to keep a little bit ahead here on stream. So thank you very much for watching, and in case you want the blueprint, then I'm or the save game for whatever, then I'm also uploading that right now, just to make it available. And it is called MC26E5. Done. And we'll be back with some Hollow Knight tomorrow. So thank you very much for watching. Good night, everyone. Take care and stay effective.